There we are. There we are. Shalom, shalom, everyone, and welcome to Awake the Nations with Malek Moshe. Welcome to another broadcast of Awake the Nations, where it is our endeavor to separate the wheat from the chaff, truth from misconception. Today, you are in for a treat. We never ever minimize when the Most High moves in a way that you know that it is glaringly obvious that he is moving. In Bereshit, it says that the Ruach moved upon the face of the deep, and it never stopped moving. It is our job, those who are truth seekers, those who are Torah observant, to find the Ruach of the Creator and be able to move accordingly as the Ruach moves. When we read about narratives such as Joshua, Yehoshua is full of and put that emphasis on the Ark of the Covenant, which denotes the presence of the Most High. And the Most High is very fastidious. He's very meticulous and says, when it moves, you move. When it stops, you stop. And we find in these liturgical instructions of the Most High, he's very, very given to specificity, very meticulous about it. So it's always our endeavors, that's the pattern. It's always our pattern to locate, to ascertain as to what is the presence of the Most High and move accordingly. To see what is the Shamahim emphasizing, what is the flow of the Ruach. So we're excited about this teaching once again, this part 3 of this, I think, is one of the most important topics in modern history. And that is talking about the second Exodus. The second Exodus and all of the false narratives surrounding the event. So we are excited that you all get a chance to come in on this dialogue. So as a college professor for now some 15 years, there's a number of epistemological and sometimes is andragogical approaches to the scriptures, or through just my learning, my epistemology or my teaching style. Sometimes we call it our andragogical or pedagogical methodology. And my methodology is that of collaborative learning, not one of what we call frontal teaching. Frontal teaching is the proverbial sage on the stage and one person talking. But we see in Malachi chapter 3, verse 16, where it says, they who feared the Most High, they spake, which is the word bara, and sometimes bada, and it means to create. It means to take nothing and to create something. And we see that in the Bereshit account. We see bara, and we see bada. Bada and bara, sometimes they use interchangeably. But the Most High takes absolutely nothing and he creates something. He takes darkness, that which is void, that which is empty, and he begins to create. He creates through a dialogue, and Yah said, and Yah said, and Yah said, and Yah said, and Yah said. And we see that pattern in Bereshit chapter 1. What is it? Verse 3 and 6 and 9 and 11 and 14 and 19 and verse 26. But then in verse 29 or somewhere around verse 32, it says, and Yah saw. So he said, he said, he said, he said, he said, then he saw the things that he said. So, Mishpahan, that's why we have to say the things that he said so we can see the things that he saw. But we'll never see the things that he saw saying our own thing. We must say what he said so that we can see what he saw. So Bereshit is Bereshit or should I say Malachi? Malachi is very obvious that those who spake among one another, the Most High heard. And so we know Shema. We know the Shema, which means to hearken. And so in ancient times, our ancestors would sit around in a semicircle, but they would leave an open space because they believe, without question, irrevocably, unambiguously, irrevocably, they believe that the Most High would come in their presence, listen to their prophetic conversation, and whatever they begin to talk about, the Most High will Shema, hearken, listen, and then begin to cause corresponding actions to occur based on their discourse. So we think we're waiting on the Most High, but in actuality, the Most High is waiting on us to enter into a prophetic dialogue, to create bara, Buddha. So welcome to each of you again to Awaken Nations with Malek Roche, as we continue to talk about this most important topic, the second Exodus, part 3, and the false narrative surrounding its event. Now, we have a very special guest, and before we bring this special guest on, just want to give you some what we call prolegomena. We started off in Bereshit chapter 15. And says, and he said unto Abram, know for sure that your offspring will live as foreigners in the land that is not theirs, and will serve them. They will afflict them for 400 years. And I will also judge that nation whom they will serve. And afterward, they will come out with great wealth. The scriptures is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to not only to govern our lives by, be able to extrapolate ways in which how we live, doxological practices, liturgical practices. We look to the scriptures for a moral compass, that as we examine the scriptures, we discover what we should and which we should not do, what we call ethos. In fact, most of our pathology is aligned with the verses and the passages that is we find uniquely in the pericope within the central proposition of the text. So the scriptures is more than just some words that are in an ancient book. The scriptures are alive. And along with that comes a responsibility with the scriptures, because they can easily be, as many of you know, they can be abused. Abuse, we look at the word abuse. Abuse is abnormal usage. And unfortunately, we have in our home human understanding, with a lack of warrantability, a lack of coherence, a lack of correspondence, and a lack of what we call pragmaticism. We have butchered the scriptures. And it's a dangerous thing when we have erred in the scriptures. Deuteronomy chapter 13, give us some guidelines in terms of how do we determine whether someone is lock, step, and sync with the instructions of the Most High. Unfortunately, we live in a time, an eschatological time, that many have fallen away from the faith. And then for those who haven't, then we have, unfortunately, we have taken the scriptures out of context. Contextualization is not our strong suit. We have used the scriptures for a disadvantage, the same way that our oppressors, the same way those individuals who were tyrants or individuals who are autocratic, they have used the scriptures and eisegeted the scriptures and proof text the scriptures and take it out of context to enslave, to maim, to terrorize, to rape, to inflict fear, to prey on what we call argumentum ad ignorantium, to prey on the ignorance of the people. Religion is sustained by three factors: fear, guilt, and ignorance, and the indolence that feed the ignorance. And so we've been talking about these scriptures, and that leads to this discussion on the second Exodus, as in Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 34. And I will bring you from the nations and gather you from the countries where you have been scattered, with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with outpoured wrath. I'm going to peruse through these here so that we can have time for our guests. But NuriYahu says, the days are coming, declares Yahuwah, when it will no longer be said, pardon me, as surely as Yahuwah lives, who brought Yasharel up out of Mizraim, but it will be said, as surely as the Creator lives, who brought Yasharel up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he had banished them, for I will restore them to the land I gave to their ancestors. And there is a myriad of scriptures that we have looked at over the last couple of weeks. We do encourage all to go back and to look at some of the scriptures that we have already discussed so far. But I wanted to create the setting and set the ambience for the part 3 of this teaching on the second Exodus, and all of the false narratives that surrounds it. Now, as we go into this, I do want to share that there's a lot of speech, there's a lot of doctrine, there's a lot of poor theology surrounding this prophetic event. Are these scriptures merely, or these prophecies, have they already been fulfilled? That's the question. Or is it to come? Unfortunately, the scriptures and studying the scriptures through rigorous research, shrewd scholarship, has not been our strong suit. We have failed miserably. And as a result, when we fail miserably, we superimpose that upon those who are naive enough to listen to those individuals, particularly when it comes to eschatological events. So we have already talked about, as you know, we have talked about the whole flea doctrine, or escapism, as we call it, this escape theology. We got to flee America. We got to leave now, or it's doomsday. We're going to burn. America is Babylon, and she's going to be destroyed. Unfortunately, while there has been somewhat of a smidget of truth found within that, there's been a lot of lies that has been the circumference of that truth. And so therefore, we did a very, very poor job when it comes to exegeting the scriptures. And we are going to be held accountable when we lead people astray. So Devarim chapter 18 says, let no one be found among you who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, or casts spells, or who is a medium or a spiritist, or who consults the dead, like necromancy, individuals who are involved in shamanism. Anyone who does these things are detestable to Yahweh. They are detestable to the Most High. Unfortunately, this has been the setting in Yasharel. Everyone wants a foot up. Everyone wants to gain momentum in eschatological events, namely the second Exodus. So the scripture warns us of that. Now, I believe elders are very important. A Great Awakening has been blessed with some seasoned elders over the years, and it's very important that we continue to surround ourselves with seasoned elders In fact, the scriptures is lavish in terms of elders and speaking about elders. The linchpin or the centrality of the Torah surrounds those individuals who are aged, those who are Zakains, the Zakanim, Zakanim, uh, those individuals who have been around the block, so to speak. Limitation says the elders no longer sit in the city gates. Therefore, the young men no longer dance and they no longer sing. Unfortunately, the issues of our community has been everybody wants to be a teacher. And as a result, we have led the people and the sheep of the pastures of the Most High astray. It's not just having elders, because I've been around a lot of elders in my life. As a Christian pastor for 25 years at a very seasoned church at that time of elders, and know the importance of elders. And it's important that these elders sit at the gate. We're able to listen to the wisdom. But I've watched, and if you have, like me, have just sat on the curve of life for quite some time, you will know that when it comes to the Most High, it is what we call a meritocracy, which it has to deal with individuals whom the Most High he will use them according to his purpose. The will of Yah is not always to please us. But elders are important, put it that way. Right? Elders are extremely important. But however, what I learned is elders cannot give what they don't have. Cannot give what you don't have. So coming into this awakening is almost a learning curve, no matter if you are 13, 30, 60, or 72. It's a learning curve. And being in a former compromising religious setting doesn't give you a leg up in this awakening. We must come in as babes. We must come in fresh, come in willing to learn, whether the individuals are older or younger, but come in willing to learn, particularly for those who have been in the walk for quite some time. One of the worst things we can do is promote if people have not had skin in the game. It's not where we're trying to go as much as it is the lessons we learn on the way there. And so you can be aged, but still be a fool. And so I believe the Most High is raising up these seasoned elders so that Yasharel can continue to learn. Job says, the aged aren't always wise, nor do the elderly always understand justice. We see Ecclesiastes chapter 4 says, better is a poor and a wise child than an old and foolish king who will no more be admonished. No more be admonished. Ecclesiastes says, be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, and the extreme age that contendeth with those who are young. Thus shalt thou be truly learned and approved of all men living. So I think the writing is on the wall, Ms. Bahad. We need those individuals who are not just aged, but those who have some skin in the game. We're called to the cause because we're connected to the crisis. You cannot mediate for people whom you cannot touch. You cannot redeem people whom you cannot associate. The prophet Ezekiel said, I sat where they sat. There's something to be said about those individuals who have experience in this walk. And so this is the linchpin in which we are coming today, and we're addressing things today based on that. So without further ado, as we continue this wonderful, wonderful conversation, I want to formally introduce a aged, seasoned elder in Yasharel, who's been in the truth now for over 30 years, who walks the walk a man who's built by his battles, formed by his failures, but devoted to his relationship with the Most High. He have sought some things and saw the ebbs and flows in this walk throughout the years. He lived it. And I think it's something to be said about those who lived it, who lived this walk, and those individuals who have saw the trends. They have saw the human and the psychology of this walk. And so please, without further ado, I would like to formally introduce Moreh NuriYahu bin Lewy. Please give it up for Moreh as he come on. Shalom, shalom, Moreh.
Shalom, shalom, Moreh Melech Moshe. How are you, my brother?
Doing well, doing well, doing well. Shalom, shalom. All praises be to the Most High. Again, welcome to Awake the Nations. It's storming here, so please excuse the noise. And we know we've been waiting for quite some time, and we know that many of you been anticipating this for a couple of hours now. We initially set it for 4. My plane got delayed twice, and we said it would be 5:30, and now it's a little after 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But again, thank the Most High for this opportunity to seize this opportunity and to maximize this moment with Moreh NuriYahu. All praises be to the Most High. Moreh, please greet the people.
Yes, shalom, shalom, mishpachot shel Yisrael, to the families of the house of Yisrael. I am Moreh NuriYahu bin Lewy, or Levi, third son, not the fourth son, and I am blessed to be in the midst of everyone. I want to say goodbye once again to Moreh Melech Moshe for allowing the brother to come on. I am definitely. It's been a while, let's just say it like this, that I've been before a lot of our people. But on that note, Toda Rabbah for having me again, Moreh.
All praises be to the Most High. It is certainly a pleasure. You'll hear about some impeccable things that Moreh NuriYahu has worked in solidarity with the Most High. And I'm intrigued by his story. I'm even more intrigued by his lifestyle. This Torah walk, he actually lives it. He not only in terms of the scope of worship, but also in terms of dietary living as well. I'm certain that we'll hear about that tonight as well. All praises be to the Most High. Well, Moreh NuriYahu, Elder NuriYahu, we are eternally grateful to the Most High for you, and I'm certain that the Mishpachah in Great Awakening and beyond are looking forward to this conversation tonight and to glean from your years and years of experience. And I think that's very important. I think you have a lot to say. And so, first of all, tell us a little bit about you and your background and where you come from, and let's understand the man behind the wonderful accolades which we'll share later.
Wow. Well, I am born and raised in Chicago. This is where I learned 31 years ago who are the biblical children of Israel. And knowing who I am for the past 31 plus years, actually 31 and a half, I actually counted today, Moreh. I said, wow, it's been 31 years and 6 months. This has been a definite, complete change in terms of who I was, who I am now, and how willing who I will be by His hand and by His coming in the future. I had the distinct opportunity to be a Muslim I learned that we are the true children of Israel. I had left Christianity some years before 1992. I learned in November of 1992 that we are the children of Israel, true biblical children of Israel. So, being a former Muslim, it informed a lot of my approach. So I thought to learning this new Israelite thing. So, and I want to say this, and I say this from the depths of my heart, sincerity and humility, for every one of you that have been blessed by Yah of any time recently, year past, 5 years, 10, 15, whatever, please remember that the awakening did not start when he woke you up. The Father has been waking his people up consecutively. First point. Next point. There are many Israelites worldwide that never lost the knowledge of who we are. So conversely, we who are in the diaspora, specifically, let's say in the US, I don't want to say North America, but the United States specific, we tend to believe that we are the springboard for the fulfillment of prophecy to the Israelite world. That is not only far from truth, that is a lie. That being said, I've been in a congregational or Beit Knesset leadership position since August of 1993, almost 31 years. The original congregation that gave me no longer exists. We were on the west side of Chicago. We formed it in March of 1993. We were known in those days as Yeshurun Beit El. Yeshurun, the upright one, Beit El, the house of El, house of God. Between then and now, there have been several iterations of our original Beit Knesset, the congregation. And the current manifestation of that is what I began in 2001, 2002, called Kehila Am Segula. Kehila Am Segula means the assembly of the special people, or when you see it specifically Devarim, Deuteronomy, where it says peculiar people. In Hebrew, it says Am Segula, or special people. It's kind of hard because it's been a long time. I learned who we are at 28. I'm 59 now. Before this year is over, Yah willing, I'll be 60 years old. So over half of my life now, I've been blessed to know that I'm a Hebrew. I'm an Israelite. And because it has given me purpose and focus, but it's definitely been a ride of a lifetime.
All praises be to the Most High. So you're originally from Chicago, and you currently in the States? Tell the people your journey in terms of how you migrated from Chicago to where you currently reside. Talk to us a little bit about that journey.
Wow. I need to actually, Moreh, write the memoirs. From the west side of Chicago to the west coast of Africa, Tales of a Native Son. Where do I even begin with that? In the context of teaching in a congregational situation or environment in the United States, between Chicago and Tennessee and Georgia and Florida, and ultimately our congregation, Beit Knesset, we sponsored internally, I think, 5 to 6 trips to Israel, starting in 1996. And I've been to Israel a total of 12 times. And out of those 12 times, I've lived in Israel 3 times. Something very interesting happened with me in January of 2018. I believe I began to be a bit more clear on the focus and direction of where the Father was leading my family, my mishpachah, my Isha, Akodanaya, Ima Anaya, as we respectfully and lovingly call her. We've been married for 27 years. And in January of 2018, I began to feel that we needed to begin to transition out of the States because we understood, not simply because 2019 or anything connected to perversion of prophecy was coming, we began to understand that our time was winding down there. So conversely, between January of 2018 and September 2018, Yah began to put things in motion in place for us to leave the States. So we left the United States in September of 2018 and we moved to Israel. We have family that lives in Israel. We have family that has left the United States in 1967, went to Liberia, stayed in Liberia a little over 2+ years, and went to the newly formed state of Israel. And I want to emphasize the newly formed state of Israel in 1969. So in September of 2018, we moved to Israel and ultimately here to Ghana. And I'm in the lower part of the Volta region of Ghana. At the time we moved to Israel, the Father was simply showing us that that was not the place for us to be because of the various hoops the Israeli government wanted us.
Moreh, you're breaking up a little bit.
So
Let's see if we can. Okay. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. I think the more you move, the more we can hear you well now.
You can. Okay, I'll be still. I'm animated. Know what part everyone missed, but in September of 2018, we moved to Israel, and then we were in Israel, between Israel and back in the States for a bit, and ultimately we've been in Ghana since August of 2019. And I want to make sure I say that, give the disclaimer. In August 2019, we were not reflective of believing that in August 2019, a 400-year prophecy whose time of fulfillment had come thousands of years ago. We were not here because of the fulfillment of that. We were here because the Father strategically placed us in Ghana in August of 2019.
So for clarity purposes, Moreh, you did not flee to Ghana because America is Babylon, and America is going to be destroyed, and you were trying to preserve you and your family. Please provide some clarity so that the folks who are watching us can be fully abreast as to whether or not you escaped because how iniquitous America is and you must flee Babylon, or was this merely just a desire to leave America and really with very limited apocalyptic, eschatological, punitive events that occur? Please talk to us a little bit about that.
Sure, absolutely. Let me see if I can present a tapestry prophetically, if you will. I understood from the vantage point of Revelation 17 and 18, as I still believe now, and I've taught for years, that the United States is Babel HaGedolah, or Babylon the Great. In the context of that, I also understood that there will be a time unique to the individuals that Yah would begin to lead some of his people out of the States according to his good pleasure. I didn't believe then, nor do I believe now, because it doesn't have a biblical or prophetic origin, that all Israelites who are in the United States will be led out of the United States by Yah. But by definition, I believe that the Father would lead some out for his good pleasure, to strategically place them for whatever reason. But if I can read this in Revelation chapter 18, and we look at verse 4, I heard another voice, and I heard another voice from the heaven, come out of her, my people, be not partaker of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues, for her sins have reached up unto the heavens, and Elohim has remembered these. In the context of that, I have known for some years that the United States is going to receive its just due from Yah because of not simply what's been done to us, the children of Israel, but what the United States has done to the indigenous inhabitants and throughout the world at large. It must pay the piper. But for us, we were not leaving because of representing. I was getting a high spirit. I just felt that compulsion. I was working at Old Navy as a business operation manager in Macon, Georgia, and I had just gotten that job. And I just started feeling this just pressing upon me of, this is not where you're supposed to be. I had been in retail operations management by that point for 30 plus years. I had managed for high-end specialty retail stores in Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta Airport. And that season for me had come to an end. But the long story short was I knew that I was no longer supposed to be in the industry. And the Father began to show me little by little, or Hebrew we say le'at, that he wanted me to leave myself and my family so he could place us where he wanted us to go. Now, at the time, I thought it was the land of Israel. And just a quick sidebar about the land or state of Israel, there are thousands of Israelites from worldwide living in the land of Israel right now. And there are many people that say, well, Israelites are not supposed to be there until Mashiach returns and brings back home. I disagree with that in its entirety, because so if Israelites are not supposed to be, so that means that we fundamentally slid the radar. Yah put it, and then Yah.
I'm sorry, Moreh, you went mute. Just momentarily, you went mute.
Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Mic check. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me, Moreh?
Audio delay at this particular point. Let me just wind that. Yes, I can. I can hear you. Can I be heard now?
Yes, you can be heard. There tend to be a delay.
Okay, I think we have
an audio delay.
Sound delay. Okay. All right. If I could just wrap that particular part up. So we were not running because of a fleet. We were moved. The Father's Ruach, we believe. We simply had our primary destination wrong. We thought it was going to be the land of Israel. He showed us while we were in Israel that it wasn't, and that Ghana was the location that we had to be. Let me be clear about that. I'm not saying that for myself and my Esau, there's a part of Ghana we're in right now because we've seen it in scriptures somewhere, the land name on a map or something. Neither am I decrying someone who's saying that, hey, I saw something on a map and I believe that's where Yah is telling me. Okay, the moment you invoke the name of Yah and you claim that Yah has said, what I do is I step back. I don't have to evaluate. Well, what's the subject? So we're here in Ghana as a result of Yah placing us here at this specific time. As this time has unfolded now to almost 5 years, we've been helping others who are making their moves over here by offering on the ground, boots on the ground information, uncut, not diluting the truth about what it means to live as a sojourner or a resident alien in an African nation. It's not an easy thing, but if this is your portion, you have to undergo whatever the Father has sent you here to undergo, refinement, whatever it might be.
Well stated. Well stated. I think it's a perfect segue, Moreh. I think it's a perfect segue into this discussion. Before we get to the fear mongering, before we get to what we call argumentum ad baculum, an appeal to fear, capitalizing on the phobias and the fears of people, which is wicked. where you prey on the minds of those who are vulnerable and those who are weak. But let's back up
Yes.
a little bit and let's talk about this geography. Let's talk about this land. Because obviously we are discussing the second Exodus, and there hope to be for those of us who are in diaspora, there hope to be a return to a land that we can call our own, much like there were with our ancestors in antiquity. From your experience and maybe integrated knowledge, where is the promised land? You went to Israel, or what we call Israel today, and Levant, but some are pretty adamant. Some are matter of fact, based on zoomorphism, based on or zoology as we call it, based on anthropological studies, based on archaeological finds and what we call tail, and they're looking at um, like Mount Kenya. So they're looking at some the the geography, or we call in Greek the yay, or they're looking at the geophysics. They're looking at some of the agrarian system and what the soil produced, the people, the customs, and many are pretty adamant that Africa is in fact the promised land. Now, over the last couple of weeks, I've been posing some questions. For me, it's not a hard sell. Obviously, there are some things we cannot deny. They're unequivocally factual. But I think the people want to know. They want to know, based on your experience, where is that land? Is the land A? Is it traditionally in the area in which we have traditionally called Levant or Israel, modern Israel today? Is it in fact in Ghana or Cameroon or in the maybe in South Africa, as many believe have asserted that is South Africa, or maybe it's unknown? Speak to the people a little bit about that, because there's phobias and people are selling everything and they're fleeing to the continent. And I think it's a wonderful thing to be on a continent if you desire to be there. But when it comes to the fulfillment of scriptures, the land in which the seed of Abraham and Yaakov, this expectation to be in a certain geography, is that Africa or is it modern day Israel?
All right. Let me say unequivocally that the land of Israel, the land of promise, that is bordered by bodies of water, is in northeastern Africa, if we use that nomenclature. Northeastern Africa, north and east. North tip of what they would call Africa, and east of Egypt. How do I know? Not simply because I have been to the land of Israel, but biblically speaking, let me pose this to everyone. Is there a scriptural biblical precedent for where landmarks would be that would divide the land of Israel from the surrounding nations? We were clearly told, Moreh, correct me if I'm wrong, that we were not given the land of the Edomites, Moabites, nor Ammonites. Okay? The capital of the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan is called Amman, Amman. It's a play on the word Ammon. The son of Lot or Lot was called Ben Ami, son of my people. That being said, so on the opposite side of the river Jordan, in the land of Israel today, you have the kingdom of Jordan. You have on the side where the kingdom of Jordan is, there were various Israelite tribes that were given their portion of inheritance on the eastern side of the River Jordan. Second point, the other tribes were given their inheritance where? On the west side, or but we're here today through the political arena, the West Bank. How many of us have heard the phraseology of West Bank used? Why is it called the occupied territories that Jewish people have taken from the Arabs or the Gentiles called Palestinians? Why is it called the West Bank? Because it's the western side of the River Jordan, the western bank or the western shore. First body of water. Second body of water, we're told, is Naharot Mitzrayim, the river or rivers of Egypt. We have the upper Nile, we have the lower Nile. We have the white Nile, we have the blue Nile. Then we have Yam HaGadol. We have the Great Sea, called the Mediterranean, if I'm not mistaken. And last but not least, we have what's called Nahar Frat, or the river Euphrates. Rivers of Egypt, Mediterranean Sea, river. In order for this Israelite hyped conspiracy to have any credibility, that the land of Israel right now, that falls within the borders, the parameters of those four bodies of water, for that to not be true, there has to be the depths of a conspiracy that goes back to ancient Egypt, ancient Assyria, ancient Babylon, Medes and Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. Third point, where did all the previous societies or empires I just mentioned, since they all enslaved us and had something to do with our oppression, where do they historically say that the land of Israel will be located? Wouldn't they have some point of reference? Wouldn't that maybe show up in some of their maps in antiquity? Wouldn't there be some evidence, especially since we can go in Kings and Chronicles and read unequivocally about the Egyptians, Syrians? I mean, we have 2 Kings chapter 17 where we see Ashur or the Assyrians coming for the 10 tribes. Where did the Assyrians say, historically and geographically, the land of Israel was a proximity to them? Was it south of Assyria? Yes. So what I'm saying is, the land of Israel, that today is called politically the state of Israel, the state of Israel, for the record, does not encompass the fullness of the land of promise. It does not. Because present-day Iraq, the country called Iraq, is a part of the land that was given to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. To even assert for an Israelite, in my opinion, to assert that the land of promise is somewhere Saharan Africa. I mean, I heard this some years ago, and I said, that can't be something the Israelites actually believe. And lo and behold, who do we have pimping this out to the world right now? Israelites. And what did Shaul say? Paul, as the world called it, having a zeal. So now, and for the land of Israel, the challenge to everyone, every Israelite, no matter how sincere you are, if you would like to put forth the supposition as accurate, that the land of promise, the land of Israel, is somewhere, mainland Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, please show us the four bodies of water that form the landmarks. Next, show us the surrounding indigenous peoples and what their activities were concerning those lands, the bodies of water, or the names these people gave bodies of water. So no matter how convenient it might look from a distance, where you hear somebody on YouTube or Africa, but the land of Israel is on the tectonic plate of Africa, thus making it northeastern Africa. Remember, the children of Israel walked from Egypt, Mitzrayim, into the land of Israel. The last city in the political state of Israel right now, before you get into Egypt or Saudi Arabia, is called Eilat. Look it up, Eilat. You could go on this side of the border, the southernmost city in the state of Israel called Eilat. Here is this artificial border. It's extremely hot on that southern border, and no more than 5 to 10 feet away, you have the artificial entrance created by the country called Egypt to the land of Egypt. So the same sun that's shining bright in Eilat is shining bright right across the border in Egypt. So now you can walk from Egypt into the land of Israel today, right now. So there's no way, no matter what you hear, no matter what map somebody tries to show you where they're trying to like uproot the landmass to another part of the world, the bodies of water are your landmarks. The landmarks let you know exactly where the land of Israel is. When those landmarks cannot be identified by their biblical name in the area where people are trying to establish them to be, then that couldn't be it. One of the most heinous things I've seen in 31 years of my walk, more to those of you all listening to me, is for Israelites to be pushing this out to the world. Let me read this if I can in Devarim chapter 11 to show you how important the land of Israel, Ha'aretz Israel, is to Yahweh. It says right here in chapter 11, verse 10 of Devarim, it says, "For the land that you go to possess is not as the land of Egypt or Mitzrayim, from where you came out, where you sowed your seed and watered it with your foot as a garden of herbs and vegetables. But the land that you go to possess is a land of hills and valleys, and it drinks the waters of the rain of the heavens, a land which Yahweh your Elohim cares for. The eyes of Yahweh your Elohim are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even to the end of the year." Why did I read this, O house of Israel? I am being in the land of Israel 12 times and living there. I've seen these valleys, these hills. I've seen the way in which the water is drank, if you will, by the land. I've seen why the Father calls the land of Israel the glory of all lands, a land that he has his eyes on from the beginning of the year to the ending of the same. The land of Israel, brothers and sisters, is not simply the hereditary, historical land of the house of Israel. The land of Israel is the land that Yah gave. So if the adversary, listen to me closely, if the adversary is behind this new teaching, and in my opinion it's new within the past 30 years, because I heard where it began in Chicago, on the west side of Chicago, back in May or April of 1993. I personally knew at that particular time one of the brothers that was one of the architects in creating this heritage. Many of y'all may know him named Hoshua Amariel, who's in the state of Israel, the land of Israel right now, in a city called Arad, that he says is true Jerusalem. But he was Chicago because he was a part of our original congregation. That was one of the reasons that we had to separate him from us, because he was teaching in 1993 that the true land of Israel was South America, Brazil. He disappeared for some years, then reemerged in the land of Jordan, the kingdom of Jordan, and said that is where the true land was, true Jerusalem. Then he disappeared again and reemerged some years later in Arad, in the southern part of the land of Israel. And now he's had thousands of people following him for some years now, believing that the land of Israel, the city of Arad, is true Jerusalem. So why am I saying this, brothers and sisters? If you are so easily influenced, especially those of you who say it's not even time to visit the land of Israel, at least if all stayed there, how can you with any authenticity, with any veracity, open your mouth to any of us who've been to the land of Israel, who can look now geographically, archaeologically speaking, at the various areas that bear the name, the ancient names, cities that bear the names of the cities that had those names when we came into the land of Israel. So the long and short of it, if I can just summarize that, Moreh, is there's no way possibly, biblically, geographically, that the land of Israel that is inside 4 bodies of water in terms of the borders, there's no way that anyone can prove, especially to someone like myself that's been to Israel and lived there. The land of Israel is in mainland or in Africa. As far as South Africa, Azania, that is one of the most absurd things. And it probably is going to make people feel offended. Hallelujah, let it be so. That's one of the absurd things that Israelites could be pimping right now, because that right there is a doctrine of a fool.
Wow, Moreh, you said a lot, and let me just say to the Mishpah, thank you for engaging into dialogue in the chat. I think it's extremely important. Moreh, you have many will see what you say, or they will look at what you're saying as diatribe. They will see it as vitriol. You mentioned heresy to feel their way. Now you live in Ghana. And are you, for our listening audience, are you emphatically saying, based on your opinion, based on your integrated knowledge, based on your epistemology, based on what we call metaphysics, your knowing what is factual, are you emphatically saying that the land of Ghana, based on geography, 4 bodies of water, based on landmarks, are you saying emphatically Ghana is not ancient Israel?
I am saying without hesitation, without equivocation, that there's no way that what is currently called Ghana, which used to be called the Gold Coast, has anything to do with the historical land of Israel. Now, you may have Israelites that are here by definition of us migrating here, but simply to be, let me quote some words of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. As a cat or kitten is a cat or kitten a muffin. So just because Israelites might live on the west coast of Africa does not by definition that the west coast of Africa becomes the land of Israel by default.
Now, this is a paradigm shift for some. And paradigm shift, you're messing with their cognitive dissonance, Moreh. Many have been indoctrinated. They emphatically believe, unequivocally are convinced that South Africa, Ghana, Gold Coast, Slave Coast is emphatically ancient Yasharel. And so what you have, and we did not script this, everyone. This is authentic, unrehearsed, unscripted dialogue. I love dialogue such as this here. But I see that some of, you're going to get, I think some are in their emotions. Some are saying, listen, nope, you got to provide receipts of that. I think you provided some receipts based on landmass, based on landmarks, based on bodies of water, etc. But of course, our people, they want receipts. They want to know, at least from a biblical standpoint, maybe archaeological discovery, maybe some historical contingencies. We often use STR, short tandem repeats, S&Ps, etc.
I'm sorry, Moreh, I can't hear you. It's frozen it's breaking up. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Okay, can you hear me better now? Everyone, if you all can hear me,
yes.
Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, so it seems like there's maybe a delay there. There's a delay there. But the people want to know that, for instance, someone said that the current state of Israel, none of these places are original, then maybe they have been developed by political Israel and the political land. And many are saying emphatically that the political land of Israel today cannot be ancient Israel. And so the people want receipts. Could you talk a little bit more in terms of providing, whether it's investigatory research, whether it's a number of interrogatories, whether it's just bringing it out in the scriptures? People want to know, because you said emphatically that what we call Ghana today, Nigeria, etc., it was not ancient, the landmass of ancient Israel. Could you hear me better now?
What I would do, yes, I can. Can you hear me, Moreh?
I can hear you well.
Okay,
I can hear you well.
What I'd like to do is I would like to reverse that, and I'd like to, since people would like me to, I guess, prove something. I mean, outside of the fact I've been in Israel, outside of the fact I've researched, objective research, here's my question to everyone that believes that Africa and Africa sub-Saharan is the land of Israel. What is your point of reference, biblically, geographically, archaeologically? Can you provide receipts? The onus, the burden of proof, not upon me in any shape, form, or fashion. Because if I say, this is what I think, feel, believe, and that was all the basis of my conversation was, founded on, that'd be different. But what I'm saying is, if I were to go to Iraq right now, okay, Iraq has a body of water, two that flow through it. The Greek names being Tigris and Euphrates, Hebrew, Chedekel, and the Frat. If I go to Iraq right now, their history, though they're not the ancient Babylonians or the Chaldean, but their history states that these two rivers from antiquity have housed peoples on both sides of them, the Elamites, the Akkadians, various people. What I would say to people again, Moreh, is what is your point of reference historically, archaeologically? Because is this where we are in 2024? That Israelites, who are the byproduct of this most recent awakening, so easily influenced by suppositions, I mean, arbitrary so-called research? So that's crazy to me right now. So again, what I offer is I've actually been to Israel. I used to live next to the Sea of Galilee, an actual body of water that is found chapter and verse. But historically, with all the peoples that we encountered, the non-indigenous peoples, they also referred to it not as the Sea of Galilee or the Galil, but the Kinneret. So what I'm saying is, for everyone that believes that the current state of Israel, the political creation as a byproduct of the League of Nations, is not in fact the historical land of, let's push that to the side. What do you offer to the conversation? A map? Something been inserted in something within the past 100, 300, 400 years? What do you offer to the rest of us that say that's not the case? So if the onus is upon me, I've offered everything that I thought was sufficient. Because at this particular point, I would challenge those who have not gotten on an airplane, travel to the land or the state of Israel, do objective on the ground. Have you actually had the courage to do that? Or even, dare I say, have you even gotten on an airplane, come to the continent, and actually researched what you claim to be where the land of Israel is? Have you actually sat with the indigenous peoples in the various countries and listened to their narratives? Or what are you doing what typically Israelites from the United States do? Johnny come lately, just got woke up, barely standing up out of the grave, and now we think we have the power to define what is and what is not biblically authentic. That is one of the craziest things I've seen within the past 10 years to 15 years by newly awakened Israelites, especially those of us from the United States. We believe, Moreh, my experience, that we are the beginning and end of defining what is and is not biblical. It's a literal, objective research that the rest of the Israelite world can sit down and read and say, you know what? Maybe we were wrong. Or are you arbitrarily following behind something that's a new Israelite fable or mythology that's just been created within the past 15 to 30 years? Because more, this issue did not exist 30 years ago. I never heard an Israelite open his or her mouth prior to 30 years ago about the land of Israel being where Israelites claim it is now. Never heard such a thing.
Well, I guess a retort to that would be that in the last days, that particularly in eschatological times, that the Israelites will awaken to not only the true identity, but there'll be a number other forgotten historical facts, and one is the landmass of ancient Israel. Now, you said a lot, and again, our people. I love what you said. We have to begin to think objectively. Unfortunately, that's not our strong suit. We tend to follow the masses. Mimetic aspirations lead to anesthetizing conformities. We tend to mimic what we hear, right? It lulls us anesthetizing. It lulls us into this deep sleep. Thinking objectively is very important. Not what your favorite Moreh has said, not what a YouTube sensationalist has put out, being able to look at it objectively. Now, there is a difference between what we call phenomena versus nomina. Phenomena means things as they appear, but nomina means things as they are. I think for those of us who are Torah observant, it should be our objective. It should be our goal. The etiology of our existence is to pursue truth. In fact, the psalmist said, buy the truth and sell it not. So there's a learning curve. This awakening is lived on levels and is experienced in stages. Unfortunately, we get stagnated in a certain truth that has been perpetuated. And now when we hear otherwise, we hear something that is in direct contrast to what you believe. Unfortunately, it's hard to overcome that. Cognitive dissonance kick in. So, Moreh, I'm glad you mentioned that. There is a question on the screen that talks about the flora and the fauna and the zoology of animals and plant lives that you no longer see in Israel, but you do see this plant life, you see this animal life, you see lions, you see the hippo, you see some of the other animals that is spoken about in the scriptures, but you currently do not see in what we call the modern state, political state, land of Levant, whatever you want to classify that geography as. Many of our people have become skeptical that is the original land markers of Israel because of the plant life and the zoology. Could you speak a little bit to that?
Absolutely. There are two words that I would like everyone, and I wish I was able to type it. There are two words for in the current state or land of Israel, you to research. The name of the city is Mitzpe Ramon. Mitzpe Ramon. Mitzpe Ramon. Mitzpe Ramon sits right above a crater as a result of a huge earthquake 1,000+ years ago. With this earthquake, in terms of the land mass, the tectonic plates, you have fauna, as I understand it, that was always able to migrate, Moreh, between mainland Africa and northeastern parts of Africa. As we speak, look up Mitzpe Ramon, you will see animals that some might say have a biblical origin, that have migratory patterns from the land of Israel back into mainland Africa. Here, this opening that opened thousands of years ago. When I say first I said 1,000, it's a few thousand years ago. I can't give the exact date because I don't recall, to be honest. That being Simone. Next, from an industrialization vantage point, let's say where I live in Ghana now. I live, at least it's been cleared out. Every now and then, I'll see a snake or two, or scorpion or two. But I live in Ghana, okay? I live on the other side of a mountain range called Buri Mountains. So I live in a valley depression. I would venture to say, 100+ years ago or so, that more indigenous fauna or flora before the advent of industrialization, and the industrialization pushed up to the particular place where you have everything being cleared out for progress. I would venture to say that some of the flora and fauna that may have been indigenous, or so, especially the fauna that may have been roaming in this area, have gone to places where they are safe, feel safe from man. Please let us not forget, brothers and sisters, stop being carnal. Was Noah and his children, those on the ark, were they not told that the fear of you would be upon the animals? So am I to believe what I'm hearing? That you believe, many people believe, that animals like lions or bears with the industrialized state of Israel should be roaming free? Next question. So let's talk about the flora for a second. Again, I don't know who's visited the land of Israel in the hearing of my voice. So are there certain plant life, certain types of plant life that people are asserting by the question of where the flora is? Is that assertion now founded that certain plant life is not in Israel? Why it's not there? Because you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it on a website, something that's been pointed out. Trying to now, Melech Shlomo, King Solomon, in the days when he was king, in the days as the temple was being built, and afterwards, we see various expeditions and excursions to the land of Ophir. Now, I've heard that the land of Ophir may be somewhere in mainland Africa towards the east coast, towards Tanzania or South Africa. I say yay or nay. But again, now, apes, various other things were brought to him in terms of gifts. The Sidonians, Tyre or Sor, as you say in Hebrew, are the Phoenicians, as they are called by the Greeks, are world renowned in the days of antiquity for traveling around. So this is what I am saying. Flora, plant life. I go to Israel, figs, pomegranates, olives, dates. Those things are still there, and they're there in abundance. In my time, can't remember the names. I've seen not only animals, I've seen the migratory habits of various animals that are mentioned in the scriptures in the land of Israel. So what's being said, brothers and sisters? What's the issue? Because if there is a qualm or a question, have you actually done the research? Are you parroting something that simply makes sense to you, and now you are a verbalizer of what you think, feel, and believe? That's my question to you.
Well, I think, Mr. Mahai, I think we have heard it. I think to do it objectively. And one thing I appreciate about Elder NuriYahu is NuriYahu has skin in the game. Many of us never been to the land. We've never been to the continent. We've never been to, call it, political land of Yasharel or Israel. And we are making assertions and we have no skin in the game. So I think we should at least give ear to those individuals who have actually experienced both. Uh, Elder NuriYahu actually lived in Israel and he currently lives in Ghana. And I know it's shocking to hear for some of us that a man in who uproots from the States currently resides in Ghana, but still is pretty adamant that Ghana is not the ancient land. So that says a lot. This says a lot, Moreh. Here's a question too. I think is very important for us to understand is that one of my question. Everyone, thank you. One of my questions, and thank you all. Pardon the interruption. One of my
I'm sorry,
issues
I
are
can't hear you. Moreh, you hear me?
I can we can yeah, we can hear you now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Moreh? Moreh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Kane, I can hear you. It's just a serious audio delay, about 15 seconds or so, but I can hear you, yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll pose my question, then I'll wait 10 to 15 seconds to give you an opportunity to respond. Okay. So thank you for your insight and thank you for your experiential knowledge as it relates to landmass, landmarks, dealing with floral life, dealing with zoology. Thank you so much. When it comes to those of us who are on the continent, or those who are native to South Africa, and Cameroon, and those who are in Benin and Sierra Leone, etc. The scriptures is pretty adamant about that the land will be downtrodden by the Gentiles. The land will be downtrodden by the Gentiles. Do we have any historical reference to the land if South Africa is in fact the historical or ancient Israel? Is there any historical facts that says that the Gentiles actually downtrodden Africa itself? Secondly, wouldn't the people there have a point of reference? Is this a case of Yoshiyaku's that says that the Most High will cause a deep sleep to come upon everyone? Is this a case that many of our people have um, given into a strong delusion? There's been this massive spell that come over the people who live in the Congolese or in the Congo, people who live in South Africa, people who live in Kenya. Has there been a massive spell where now these people today have forgotten that not only they're the people of the book, but the land that they live in is in fact
Mm.
the land of antiquity?
I'm sorry, Moreh. I didn't get the
Yeah,
final part. Were you asking me? Because everything cut out.
yeah. So when you lean forward a little bit, is much better. As you lean forward, it's a much better. We can hear you better. So you may want to lean forward when you are when you're speaking. It projects much better. But the question is, wouldn't there be some historical reference to the people who are in South Africa that the land they're living in is in fact the land of antiquity, the land in which are the progenitors of the scripture, Abraham, Isaac, Yaakov, that is their land, that in fact South Africa, Ghana is the land of antiquity. And then the first question was in reference to that we know according to the scriptures that the land would be downtrodden by going by the Gentiles. Is there any historical reference or markers that the land of Africa has been downtrodden? We're not talking about colonization or Islamization, but in fact, the land of Africa has been downtrodden by the Gentiles. All right, everyone. I think we lost Moreh NuriYahu. I think he posed some very valid questions. This segment of Awake the Nation is not trying to tell anyone what to believe, but it's certainly challenge what you believe. And if you cannot be challenged in your way, if you want to use ad hominems, if you want to go on these vitriol attacks, and I understand people get emotional about it, but this awakening is lived on levels, it's experienced in stages. Don't get stuck in the muck. Don't get stuck where you are. It's progressive. And there are some views I had a couple years ago. I no longer share those views. So here's Moreh. He's going to come back in. Hopefully, and I do apologize. We're using a new system here, and with all the bells and whistles, and we forget that he's calling in from Ghana. And so thank you all for being extremely patient. But there are some questions you must ask yourself. When it comes to this walk, you just don't ask questions. Sometimes it asks you questions. Why do you believe what you believe? And many of us, we believe what we know, but we don't know what we believe. If we're wrong about Africa, despite everything you have heard, all the plethora of teachings, the amount of evidence that you think, if we are wrong, we must repent, because that means that we have convinced the people, whether knowingly or unknowingly, whether willfully or not, we have sold them a bill of goods. And as Moreh said, it's heresy. So we need to search these things out. And maybe we'll have some more conversations along the way to have some opposing views. So I teach my PhD students, when you're doing a dissertation, you want to make sure your lit review not only have information or sources of what you believe, but what does the opposing view say? In order to be authenticated or substantiated, you must see what the opposing views say. Okay? So I think there's some great questions along the way. Let's bring Moreh back in and see if we can hear him better. All right, Moreh, shalom, shalom. Moreh, can you hear me? Shalom, shalom. If everyone can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Just want to make sure that we both can be heard. I know some of you saying the connection is very poor, and we're going to get this right. We also know that the Japhet will dwell in the tents of Shem. So there's a lot of questions that have to be answered as it relates to this here. If this rock your Hebraic worldview, good. It is a good thing. It is a good thing to be stretched. And you don't fully know what you really believe until you are stretched. Moreh, are you there now? Moreh, are you there now? Moreh? So let me, for those who have been listening to our teaching on the subject matter, let me just share until we can get Moreh back in. We have went over the scriptures. If you believe that the second Exodus will occur before Hamashiach return, I think we need to reevaluate and we need to have some discussion because there tend to be a misalignment when it comes to that belief that the second Exodus, we're just going to go to Africa, we're going to go to Israel, wherever you deem it is. In my opinion, that's heresy because it doesn't line up. We went over this. Go back to our teaching over the last couple of weeks. Chronologically speaking, it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up. I think we have shown a preponderance of evidence according to the scriptures. The Mashiach returns, and then the second Exodus occurs. And I think we see that consistently. I know there was a couple of questions about that in NuriYahu and as well as in NuriYahu as it relates to that. But we see it consistently. If not, you need to abandon and throw out Revelation and a lot of eschatological events. Okay. If you want to go to the political state of Israel, or you want to go to Ghana, if you want to go to South Africa, that's great. But do not, please do not be on the wrong side of scriptures and state that that we got to get out of America by any means necessary. You will rob Yah of his glory. And I think we have consistently built that, not based on Malek Moshe's opinion, but based on the scriptures. No one should be demonized if they want to move and go to wherever they deem Israel is, whether it's Ghana, whether it's Cameroon, whether it's Kenya, and Mount Kenya is the original Mount Sinai. If you want to go to the political state of Israel now, wherever you go, it should not be demonized. I think if you want to flee America, and that is your objective, that is your desirability, it should be encouraged. But to suggest otherwise, that we're just going to jump on planes and go, less than 1% of us going to go. And that's not the remnant that the Most High is talking about. We got to be careful with the scary, scary, scary apostasy that's being preached. Let's see if Moreh can come back in. Moreh.
Yes, can you hear me, Moreh?
We can hear you well.
Hallelujah. The adversary is not going to win this night.
That's right. That's right. So my question is, let's go back a little bit, and thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your incredible patience tonight. The question was concerning that the land of Israel would be downtrodden by the Gentiles. That's number
Yes.
one. And then an extension to that question or comment, if you so desire to respond to, is shouldn't there be a frame of reference historically that the land in which South Africans reside on now was in fact ancient Jerusalem? Should there
Absolutely.
be among the people? Or has a major, as some asserted, that South Africans, a great spell had come upon them and nobody remembers. Through colonization, through Islamization, nobody remembers. But now they come into the knowledge of the truth. Should there be some landmarkers as it relates to that this was ancient Yerushalayim? Please talk to us about that.
Absolutely, Moreh. Well, let me first start by saying this. As we read in Luke 21, Okay. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Now, two works, two treatises, Flavius Josephus or NuriYahu ben Yosef, okay, Israelite who was a Roman citizen, Roman general. He wrote two things: the wars of the Jews, the wars of the Jews. In the wars of the Jews, okay, you will see Flavius Josephus, Israelite, who was a Roman general at the time that Jerusalem was assaulted as a result of the uprising of the Zealots, okay, 65, 66 Common Era. You will see it's documented in Roman history, not only that they came to the land of Israel, they swept from the north 3 to 4 legions, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Swept from the north, and as they swept all the way from what's now called Tiberias, Galilee area, Nazareth, nothing but a body count. Israelites murdered as they're sweeping down towards Jerusalem. Historically, it can be proven that Jerusalem is not only surrounded, but everything almost comes to a halt in terms of life. The ability to buy and sell, unless you were going to be taken into slavery or captivity. And ultimately, we can go right now to Rome and see the Ark or Arch of Titus. Titus, Roman general who led the assault, who was behind the thrust to ultimately enter into the temple and destroy the temple in 70 Common Era or 70 AD. What I'm saying is this: if this assertion that South Africa or any other city is got Jerusalem in it, because Jerusalem would be in the land of Israel, Haaretz Yisrael, let's also remember, Moreh, that we have to have Mount Moriah. This is where Abraham was going to sacrifice Yitzchak. See, again, there are geographical points of reference that must be present. Can we also, if we're believers in Yahushua HaMashiach, can we also remember that the place where he was executed or crucified in the Hebrew language was called Golgotha or Golgotha? That's a mountain. It looks like a skull. If you go to Israel right now and you stand on the Mount of Olives looking east, you will see the Mount of the Skull, the place of the skull. You will see that right now. It looks like a skull, Moreh. So if the assertion is that somewhere in South Africa, because I understand South Africa, as a country has has variety of sections and that whole thing, there have to be these landmarks. Next, does Roman history say, because now we have to move Rome closer to South Africa, don't we? In order for them to sweep all the way from the north, where Rome is, all the way south to the tip of Africa, South Africa. I mean, again, it is just so absurd, because now, again, the depths of the power of the almighty Gentile, the white man, and his ability to corrupt anything that's factual. What about the Father's Spirit? The same Yah that woke us up is going to allow this minority in the world, this genetic minority, to have such a sway, Moreh, and access to such just information and facts. He's going to change the names of countries, change landmarks, redirect rivers, all of this in order to hide the proper location of the land of Israel. So if I heard you correctly, so someone has actually said openly in public that South Africans were under some type of spell, or they forgot. And so now that knowledge or remembrance has been returned to them. Did I hear you correctly? I've never heard that part before.
Yeah. There's a lot of that's going on. And again, this is not to castigate, this is not to vilify anyone, because they believe we all are learning and coming to the knowledge of the truth. Man, I had a doctrine concerning, well, I won't name it, but various things, and I had to publicly come out and repent. and say, you know what, I was wrong about that. So having that type of humility and say we were wrong, particularly us who are spiritual practitioners, if we are wrong about anything, that's why we have to diligently, again, study objectively,
That's right.
consider all the facts and all the variables, right? Because we don't want to be guilty of phenomena. We want nomina, not things as they
Mm,
appear, but as they are. Particularly if we're going to feed the flock of the Most High, we want to
that's
make
right.
sure that we are on the right side of not only history, but we are on the of right side of the scriptures. Our formative narrative is very important. If you don't know your formative narrative, then you're going to adopt somebody else's philosophy, somebody else's story, where they become the heroes and you become the villain. So it's very
Mm.
important that we understand these things historically, linguistically. All these things are important. I'm glad you were mentioning Hebrew and so on and so forth. But there is an assertion, of course, that deduce from all of the rhetoric and all the teaching that's out there concerning the second Exodus that the political state or geography of what we call Levant or Palestine or modern Jerusalem has all been reconfigured. It had been it's been construed to such a way that it is a falsehood. It's a faux. That land is not original. That land was just kind of uh, was has been made to replicate the land of antiquity. Now,
Mm.
for me, that's a lot of work, and we're not
Yes.
saying that we're not saying that the nations aren't capable of doing that, but with very little reference to the people who are in South Africa, people who are in Ghana, those who are in Nigeria, for them to have absolutely no frame of reference of that of the land until now. And when you look at some of the older those who are older people who are on the continent, maybe in their 80s and 90s, they would tell you that we come from Northeast Africa. We come from Northeast. Do we throw that out? Because you can't have both unless we are saying what you're saying, that the mass, the the land in antiquity is much larger. That does not just include what we call the political state of Israel or modern day Israel, but it also is inclusive of parts of the landmass of Africa as well.
Could I offer this, Moreh, if you would give me a moment?
Sure.
Um, Being here in Ghana, I've had the blessed occasion to meet Israelites who are Ghanaian, for lack of a better word. The Ewe, the Ga, the Ashanti. Many of us read years ago, I did in 1993, Hebrewisms of West Africa. Would you all believe me if I told you that I've actually spoken to Ghanaian Israelites who, in their own oral history tradition, the Ewe, the Ga, the Ashanti, and then I've heard the Yoruba, the Igbo as well. All of these people claiming Israelite, Hebrew Israelite lineage, descent, heritage. All of these people, since I've been in Ghana, they're all saying that they came from the land of Israel, and where they are right now, the land of Israel, in proximity to where they are right now on the West Coast, was north and east of where they are right now. I'll say that again. North and east. They have stories, Moreh, passed down. And I'm talking about Israelites who know they're Israelites here in Ghana, who didn't lose the knowledge as we did. And again, it's so egregious, it's so self-righteous and arrogant for Israelites in the United States to try to redefine the history of Israelites who never lost the knowledge of who we are. I mean, how dare we? With no, it's not even a presentation of facts. So my challenge is for those Israelites that hold this position, Why don't you come to either Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria? Because between Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria it was the ancient kingdom of Dahomey. Dahomey. If you saw the Woman King, I believe the special was on Netflix, Dahomey. The Portuguese, starting this in the 15th century, starting what became known as the triangular transatlantic slave trade, the largest population of Israelites on the planet right now is South America, what's commonly called Brazil, Central America as well. Again, let me reiterate, as I've been here, it's not that I had to humble myself because I was not going to dare try to define the history of people who've always known who they are. But in hearing the objective history of Ghanaian Israelites, they say, oh, of course, no, we migrated here, fleeing from here. These are Israelites on the West Coast, Moreh. They are simply the ones that were not taken versus we who were taken. That's what I'm simply offering to people. That their story is they came south, down, and west. This is why they're on the west coast of Africa, driven primarily by the sword of Islam, the Red Sea or sub-Saharan Islamic slave trade, 7th century, and so on. But that's what I wanted to offer.
No, I think that's consistent. That's consistent. I think the main thing is to be objective. But I think it's consistent with the Limba tribe, right? The Limba said their history is that they come from what we call modern day Israel, and they
Yes,
traveled south. They went into Yemen, and then they crossed over into Zimbabwe and as well
yes,
as South Africa.
right,
If, do we throw out that history? Do we say that maybe the Limbas are not being factual in terms of their
right,
story? Maybe their history, maybe they don't know their history. This is the type of information that bothers me because I love people and I love the people, the descendants of Abraham, of Yaakov. I love the descendants of those progenitors. And we're going to make sure that we are not sharing information that is incongruous with the scriptures, incongruous with history, incongruous with time. It's very important that we are consistent with that and we do some
right.
juxtaposition with that. The great falling away didn't just happen now, it has been progressive.
That's
We're
right.
now seeing it. And there are people who are adamant. They would bam on tables, they would scream, they are pretty adamant that no, South Africa, Ghana, I don't care what you say, Moreh NuriYahu, that's the land of antiquity. And so there's some questions, obviously, everyone, that we need have to reconcile. Got to reconcile. Before I know what we do, tradition is what you believe before you hear. So I know that some might be biased and say, no, I know that on the continent, that is the ancient land of Israel, without considering some opposing views, like the Limbas, who say, no, we were in ancient Israel and we went south and came down into South Africa and Zimbabwe today. What do we
That's
do with
right.
that information? Do we just dismiss it? Do we discredit? There are thousands of years of, of historical markers in their migration. What do we do with that?
Mm.
There are some things that need to be reconciled before we just so vicariously and frivolously herald these out of our mouths, and now we got the masses believing that.
Mm. I'd like to pose a question, if I might, Moreh. Here's my question. Okay. Based on that position, if this is the position that many have and they're adamant, as you said, where's the relevancy of that in the context of Ezekiel chapter 20, in the context of Revelation chapter 12? How does all that, what's the bearing of any of that if ultimately the 11th horn is going to be given the authority to wear the saints of the Most High out. So if the position or supposition is that the land of Israel is here, are Israelites saying that if it is in Ghana, they believe that they're going to be able to come to Ghana and Ghana is going to be their present day Goshen? Is that what I'm supposed to, is that supposed to be my takeaway? Because I, I'm still trying to understand, even if that is what people are, putting forth as fact. So what, walk me through the next step. What's supposed to come out of that? So let's say, I don't want to say I play the devil's advocate because I don't. Let's say the political creation called the state of Israel is really not the land of Israel. What then is the next step? So, Israelites who have this position that it's South Africa or here on the West Coast. So, right here in Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 33, as I live, says Adonai Yahweh, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm will I, and fury poured out, will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there I will plead with you face to face. Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Mitzrayim or Egypt, so will I plead with you, says Yahweh Elohim. And I will cause you to pass under the rod and bring you into the bond of the covenant. And I will purge out the rebels from among you and them that transgress against me. And I will bring them forth out of the countries where they sojourn, and they shall not enter the land of Israel, and you shall know that I am Yah. So, in the context of that, and I know I'm isolating verses, I'm trying to understand. So now, if the land of Israel is where I'm currently at, so it looks to me like the Father is going to remove me some kind of way according to his good pleasure, and ultimately I'm not going to be allowed back here. I mean, are you all following me? We're not even told where this nondescript wilderness is. Does it say the wilderness is the land of Israel? It doesn't say that as I read it, but it said that this purging is going to take place in the wilderness, and you shall not enter into the land of Israel. So now, I am not saying that, again, Israelites who are living in the current land of Israel, as I understand it, are not supposed to be there. I don't understand everything in prophecy, but what I do know, step for step, there has to be an establishment, chapter and verse, for precedent. And according to the law of precedent, the thing that comes first and the thing that comes thereafter, in order for us to not be allowed into the land of Israel if we are purged out as rebels, is it possible that you were not heretofore in the land of Israel in order for your access to be redenied to the land of Israel? Or is that too much of a reach there? I mean, even again, back to what you were saying, Moreh, the history of Rome, Rome being the last empire that conquered us and that put us in the wind, what does their history say about where the land of Israel, Jerusalem, and any other city with a biblical name, a biblical precedent in terms of where it's located, what does their history say? Again, I'm not going to cede that to this genetic minority in the world, the all-powerful Gentile that has the ability to change times and seasons and laws and all that. I believe that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. And because as a byproduct of the Great Awakening and doing actual objective research, let me share with everyone my formula for how I research prophecy. Here's a subject or my topic. I'm going to read everything on the subject, all the content. Next, I'm going to pray for understanding so I can have the proper contextual application. But that also is applicable to anything concerning archaeology and geography, in my opinion. So again, I challenge anyone outside emotion, outside hyperbole, to actually do research and pushing all that aside. What does any of that have to do with where we are in time and space prophetically? Can somebody please help me understand? I mean, the scroll sealed with 7 seals in the right hand of him that sits upon the throne, and inside these 7 seals, I mean, what are we talking about? We have 7 seals, and then all these judgments. Where are we in prophecy, O house of Israel? That's what I want to know. Where are we in prophecy? Shouldn't we be uniquely, prophetically aligned in the will of Yah? Meaning, if Yah is leading you to Ghana, do you believe that Yah is leading you to Ghana because this is a place where you're going to hide from a world encompassing beast system no one might buy or sell? Let me tell you, Ghana is on the fast track to digitalization. I don't know how to say that. Digitalization. It is being streamlined in terms of entering into the nations, as far as not so much a first world country, but the buy and sell aspect of it, national identification, biometric, this, that, and the other. That's here in Ghana. So if you believe that you're being led here because you're going to be able to set up your own Goshen, because you're going to buy property and buy a home and you're going to go up in the bush, that's not in alignment with prophecy. That's not. There's no way you can finesse that chapter and verse, period. And let me tell you, because I am living here in Ghana, I have met Israelites that actually believe that this is going to be a place that they might be able to hide from the beast. So again, being a Bible-based Israelite as I am, and I make no qualms about that, and I'm not ashamed of that at all, I'd like to turn us to Daniel chapter 7. It is 12:08 here in Ghana, and I am happy once again, and I say Toda Rabah to the Father for blessing me, Moreh for opening this door for me, because I'd like to share a few things with you all, because I want to get this off of my chest. I want to get this burden off of me. And I want to read to you chapter and verse relative to a time. Has it passed? Is it current? Is it still yet our future? Daniel chapter 7. Okay. We know that Daniel had a dream, and he dreamed 4 beasts. I'd like to talk for a moment about the 4th beast in Daniel chapter 7, verse 7. And after this, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So I also read in Revelation, specifically chapter 13, that there was 2 beasts. The first beast up from the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 10 crowns upon the horns. The reason I'm here, brothers and sisters, is very simple. It says further in chapter 7, verse 20, and of the 10 horns that were in it, and the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, and even of the horn that had eyes in the mouth that spoke very great things, whose look was stronger than his fellows, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them. Made war with the saints and prevailed against them. Made war with the saints, made war and prevailed against the saints. Please, can someone tell me who are the saints that are being spoken about? The Chassidim, as you say, Belashon Ibrit in the language of Hebrew. Who are the saints being spoken about? Is that talking about Israelites? So the same horn makes war with the saints and prevails against them. But then in verse 24, and the 10 horns out of the kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and shall subdue 3 kings, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. So back to what you were saying, Moreh, in terms of this hurry up, flee America. Maybe, breaking news, extra, read all about it. the world is going to be the kingdom of Hasatan given to the beast, the man of sin and son of perdition, Sorer Mashiach, or the Antichrist, as they call him in English. So this says specifically that this horn, reflective of an individual and a world encompassing kingdom, is going to be given the authority by the Most High to wear out the saints of the Most High, and he shall think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand unto a time and dividing of times. So here's my question. Is this the same horn that's spoken about in Revelation chapter 13? Is this the same entity in Revelation chapter 13 that apparently has its way, his way with us? And there was given unto him, Revelation 13:5, and there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against Elohim, to blaspheme his name and his dwelling place, and those that dwell in the heavens. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints, to make war with the saints, to make war with the saints, and to overcome them, to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds, languages, and nations. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him. Everyone whose name is not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain before the foundation of the world. So here's my question, Moreh, and maybe my brother, you can help me with this. Since I see it's such, because I was not aware, to be honest, that it's such a serious issue with people to make this part of Africa or any part of Africa the land of Israel, and specifically Jerusalem. My question is that another flea doctrine? Is that just another Israelite creation that's tantamount to the Christian rapture, where we think that because we name it, we can claim it, and then once we claim it, we're going to be hidden? So who then, in Revelation chapter 12, who then does the dragon go back and make war with? As it says, the dragon was enraged, Revelation 12:17, the dragon was enraged with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of Elohim and have the testimony of Yahushua HaMashiach. I'm trying to understand, after my 31 years, knowing I'm an Israelite, how have we gotten to such a place of mental degeneration? How has this happened? Where did this come from? I know it says there is no private interpretation of any prophecy of the scriptures, but holy men, I would like to say also women, who were moved or inspired by the Father's Ruach spoke. So if there's no private interpretation, that means that prior to interpretation, that no prophecy of the scripture would be of any personal or private origin. Am I right? Every time we see prophecy going forth, we see the Father's Spirit inspiring the prophet, male and female, inspiring, inspired, to indwell, to motivate, to influence. So now, is this what's in the midst, O house of Israel? People who mistake passion and a desire to leave wherever we've been scattered to, they mistake that for the voice of Yah. And then they get on their bully pulpit, the soapbox, and they speak authoritatively to the Father's people about what is and what ain't, as an actual structured formal teacher of Israel for 30 years. Let me warn any so-called Moreh or Morah about speaking authoritatively, thinking that's the Father, when it might be nothing but emotion and fear. You will be, and you may already be, in trouble. Do you understand how serious Yah takes it to mislead his people, no matter how sincere you are? I used to believe, as I heard Moreh say as well, I used to believe and teach for the first 10 years of my walk, this Genesis 15, 13 through 21, United States, 400 years and all of that. But as I shared with Moreh Melik Moshe last week, when I came into this walk, I was told the 400 years was almost over, but because I think for myself and I don't check my brain in at the door, I began to ask the question in the midst of our congregation, of our leadership. If the 400 years is almost over, when did it begin? Would you all believe me if I told you that the year 1619 was a new thing that was assigned about 25 years ago? When I learned about the 400 years in 1992-93, there was no 1619 that was placed as the beginning. It was this open-ended, hey, young man, you know the 400 years are almost over. I said, almost over, but I could never get a direct answer on when it began. So Israelites, as a byproduct of the colonies, the British, well, what about these Israelites that were led away captive into all nations, according to Luke chapter 21, the words of Yahushua the Messiah? So that doesn't matter. Being led away captive into all nations, a captive exists in a state of captivity. So what about those who were placed in captivity, enslaved as a result of Islam, forcibly converted? Then we can get to the transatlantic triangular slave trade. The Portuguese, 1441, Prince Henry the Navigator, the 15th century. So when did Israelites in the United States become the center focus of Yah towards prophetic fulfillment? That is a demonic spirit, in my opinion. That is hype. That is a doctrine of a demon, as I see it. That's right, I said it, and I mean it from the depths of my heart, because so many of our people have been misled. And as my brother said, when I realized in 2001, 2002, I was wrong, I came before the people, as many as I could find, and said, I was wrong. It never had anything to do with us in the United States. Never did. And now 2019 is come and gone, and the Israelites are saying, hey, did you know that the calendar is off? Gotta move the the goalpost? The calendar is off by 5 years, and it's really August of 2024. Is that what this is about, oh house of Israel?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what it's come to. You said a lot of important things along the way, Moreh. And again, Toda, for your patience and your passion. Passion is a desire that's stronger than death. It's a pursuit that's stronger than any opposition. And thank you for yielding and lending your incredible passion that you have for not only the people, but also to the Creator. And so, Toda, for that. You said a lot of important things along the way. And we have come to a time where, unfortunately, many in our community, particularly spiritual practitioners, are reclassifying the scriptures. Last time I saw someone reclassify the scriptures, they tasted death.
Mm,
When Hava or Eve thought that she can arbitrarily reclassify and call good evil and evil good.
that's right.
See that she began to taste death. So it is a serious matter, as someone mentioned here. It is a serious matter to mislead the people of Yah. Now, I don't think people are intentionally doing that. I think people don't think objectively. I think people get on the bandwagon fallacy. They get on the bandwagon and they run with it. They see some respected Moreh who do this teaching, and they mix that with their own fears and their phobias. I think a super religious ruach combined with brokenness have really paved the way, Moreh, for a new species of spiritual practitioners.
I agree. I agree.
Spirituality void of truth and inner wholeness unlocks metaphysical channels of mysticism branded under the guise of the scriptures and the awakening.
My mind.
I had some real questions, right? When I began to look at eschatological writings, like as you mentioned in Revelation 12 and Revelation 13 and Ezekiel 9,
Mhm.
Yoshiyahu chapter 9, and the list goes on. You mentioned Daniel chapter 7. It didn't line up. There was a number of inconsistencies. There was
Mhm.
a number of, it was incongruous with the very text.
Mhm.
So we hear this hoopla, we see this sensationalism and this fear mongering.
Mhm.
Gotta leave. But no one will escape the wrath to come.
That's right.
No one. The only
That's
thing
right.
that protects you is, as Ezekiel said, Ezekiel chapter 9, as Isaiah Yoshiaku chapter 9, or I'm sorry, 24. And then, of course, we see in Revelation chapter 9 is those who have the mark, those who keep Torah. A remnant will be preserved during the time of tribulation. Tribulation is coming. But this assertion that you're going to hide in Africa and everybody else is going to go through doomsday, and you're going to be drinking on, laying next to a coconut tree, sipping on whatever you sip on, it's a fallacy. It's a foe. And it's
That's right.
inconsistent with the scriptures. It is, let me say it again, it is incongruous and inconsistent with the scriptures. So
That's
I
right.
wonder if we really read the scriptures, or are we just going with the hype all the time. Moreh, I think it's a great segue. I know we've been on for a while, but I do want to
Hmm.
encourage everyone. I want to encourage you to please consider giving to NuriYahu. NuriYahu. Uh, it's, as he said, it's after midnight now. It's close to 12:30 in the morning there in Ghana. He has taken out his precious time. He has made tremendous sacrifices. He has given us a plethora of knowledge. Whether or not you agree with his doctrine or not, that's not the etiology of the Wake the Nations. We're not here to tell you what to believe. We're here to challenge what you believe.
Mm.
Perception unchallenged becomes reality. Perception unchallenged becomes reality. We're here to challenge it. And if you can't defend that biblically, I'm not talking about emotionalism, right? Our now just a place for logic, but this emotive state. If you can't prove it, shh, hush, because you are perpetuating this fear, and you're perpetuating a doctrine that is inconsistent with the scriptures. Please consider, everyone. Cash App is on your screen there. That is $ NuriYahu. NuriYahu. So please give to NuriYahu. Please consider giving for Cash App. Please consider. It will still be on the ticker down there. And so if the Most High moves you, please consider being generous in terms of giving to Moreh NuriYahu. If you don't agree with his doctrine, at least he's making you
Mm.
think. He has skin in the game, right? He's been there. He's been to, modern Israel, we call modern Israel, and he currently lives in Ghana. And so it's time for us to remove the scale from our eyes and to undo these centuries of regurgitated doctrine and this new phenomenon that you must flee or die. All praises be to the Most High, which I think is a great segue, Moreh. And thank you for your
Thank
time. Great segue. And maybe we just have to bring you back. But I think it's a great segue into, we forgot our main topic tonight,
you.
the second Exodus.
Yeah.
There's a lot of phobias. There's obviously fears. People are hysterical. People are selling everything because they believe that the second Exodus is now. Now,
Wow.
when I read the scriptures, maybe I'm a linear thinker. Maybe I'm a little slow on the learning curve. But when I read the scriptures, at least the events that happen in chronology, that happen chronologically, I don't see the second Exodus occurring now. Okay? There are still some things that must occur before the second Exodus. For those who have been listening to my teaching over the last couple of weeks, we've been throwing out this phrase, robbing Yah of his glory,
Mm.
which we believe is nefarious, is iniquitous, is sinister to rob Yah of his glory. He's going to regather us, Yoshiaku chapter 11, and all throughout the text, in Zephaniah and so on and so forth. He's going to regather Yasharel. Now, I know people who, as a retort, just say, well, how he's going to regather us? Do we expect for a big cruise ship to come and make rounds and take us back to wherever the land might be? Is it through? Many people have said, Moreh, we're going to mount up with eagle's wing, and so we're going to fly delta.
Mm.
We're going to fly southwest. They're going to give us planes, and we're just going to fly, and we're just going to go back to Ghana. We're going to go back to South or West Africa, and that's how we're going to flee. And so there's a lot of there's an enigma, there's a conundrum concerning the second Exodus, and justifiably so. People are afraid, and people hang on the word of their Moreh, their favorite Moreh, spiritual practitioners who perpetuate this idea: leave America, get out of America, and that might be true. But the only place they are saying is a safe haven is in the continent of Africa, which I find to be, again, inconsistent and not and misaligned with the text. However, there is a voice for that. There is a community of people. There are people who are perpetuating that agenda and pushing that narrative along the way. Second Exodus, we got to get out. We got to get out now because the second Exodus now. And they are, as Jeremiah says, they are doing as the heathens. They're looking at signs in the sky and say, "Yep, this is the time we must leave," not considering all the things that the Mashiach said that will happen prior to. And then we read and we look at the seven seals in Revelation, and then the seven trumpets that occurs before the wilderness, that occurs before the second Exodus. We certainly see that. But again, this doctrine that's out now is very scary.
Mm.
That says, now, could you speak a little bit about the second Exodus as you see it and the false narratives around this event, the second Exodus?
Torah Rabbah again, Moreh. I find it interesting that Israelites have constructed this narrative that is extremely similar to the rapture. It's just got an Israelite face on it and a so-called seal of approval. I'm in agreement with you, Moreh, in that context. I know scripturally the second Exodus, the whole Yeshayahu Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11, set forth my hand again the second time to regather the remnant of our people. Obviously, that does not take place before the return of Yahushua HaMashiach. Here's my question. In Jeremiah chapter 30, NuriYahu chapter 30, verses 1 through 7, if I can read that, in context with the topic. The word that came to Yirmiyahu from Yah, saying, Thus speaks Yahweh Elohei Yisrael, Elohim of Israel, saying, Write you all these words that I've spoken to you in a scroll. For lo, the days come, says Yahweh, that I will turn again the captivity of my people Israel and Yehuda, says Yahweh. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to them, to their fathers rather, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Yahweh spoke concerning Israel and Yehuda. Look now, he's repeating twice. This is what Yah has to say about Israel and Yehuda. You know that whole nation was divided after the reign of Melech Shlomo, King Solomon, under the reign of his son Rehoboam, or Rehoboam, as they say in English. Verse 5. But thus says Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask you now, and see whether a man does travail with child. Why then do I see every man with his hands upon his waist as a woman in travail, and all faces have turned into paleness? Alas for that day. Prophetically, that's a time frame, not 24 hours. Alas for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. In Hebrew, this is why I read this. In Hebrew, verse 7, where it says, time of Jacob's trouble, in Hebrew it says, Sarah he le Yaakov, not Sarah, like our mother Sarah, the wife Isha of Abraham, but Sarah, Tzarah, Sadi Resh He. That means a time of great trouble. upheaval. It's a time uniquely dedicated to Yaakov, or the house of Israel. Let's establish that first. If we go to Revelation chapter 7, verse 14, we have read before, many of us, I believe, I hope, especially in the time we're in, about the sealing of the servants of Yah. But it says, the servants of our Elohim are sealed in their foreheads, chapter 7, verse 3. But then now it begins to outline by number Israelites. But the tribe of Dan or Don or Ephraim, they're missing. So now I want to take us to verse 9. And after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations, kindreds, people, and languages. They stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our Elohim that sits upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the Malachim, or messengers, stood round about the throne and about the elders and the four living creatures, and fell before the throne on their faces and worship Elohim, saying, Amen, blessings, glory, and wisdom, and thanksgiving, and honor, and power, and might be unto Eloheinu, our Elohim, forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered and said unto me, Who are these? Pay attention, everyone. Who are these that are clothed in white robes? And where did they come from? And I said unto him, Master, or Adon, you know. He said unto me, These are they that came out of the great tribulation, and have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Now let's stop for a second there. So now, the great tribulation, the time of Jacob's trouble. In Hebrew, the way you say the great tribulation is Ha-Sarah. T-Z-A-R-A-H. Ha-Sarah Ha-Gedolah. Ha-Sarah Ha-Gedolah. So the thing that both the places I just read have in common is the word Sarah. Great trouble, upheaval, tribulation. Final place I want to show you. Moreh was asking in the context of 2nd Exodus, Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. Daniel chapter 12, Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. And it says, And at that time, what time, O house of Israel? What time prophetically? And at that time shall Mikael stand up, the great prince, which stands for the children of your people. He's talking to Daniel, that's Gabriel speaking. Children of your people, that means the house of Israel, the children of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble. That word again, Sarah. 3 places, time of trouble. This time, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time, here we go, Moreh. At that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the book. Can we pause right now for the cause? What's the cause? Clarity and understanding, so we can have a proper application in the time of the fulfillment of this. So it's my assertion, my opinion, as simply an Israelite, we have not gotten to the time of trouble, unlike any other time since there's been a nation yet. I'm not asking for people to agree with that. That's simply my opinion, not something I speak on authoritatively. We're not at that time, but the history behind us, in my opinion, attests to the fact that we've not arrived at that time yet. Watch this. So now, if deliverance comes after that time of trouble, unlike a time that's ever come across our people since we've been a nation, can we identify the time of trouble like that before us or up to this moment? We cannot. So by definition, this concept of a second Exodus happening before the 3 places I just read is biblically, prophetically impossible. Impossible. The nation of Israel has to come to a place where Israelites who are living at that time prophetically never confuse the time of trouble they're in with any time prior to that. Because the time of trouble at that time is unlike anything we can turn around historically and biblically read that's ever happened to our people. So my question becomes, 2nd Exodus, how And why has the second Exodus garnered such attention? It's an escape hatch. It's an escape clause, but it's not biblical, meaning second Exodus before the return of Mashiach. So if Mashiach is going to return and gather the remnant of his elect from the four corners of the earth, wait a minute. Is that remnant of his elect the house of Israel? I believe it is. So now, this must be Israelites that have endured to the end, and these are not Israelites who are in the wilderness. Because we know clearly by Revelation 12, they are protected for the 3.5 years. But where I am still seeking understanding, and I simply shut my mouth because I am still in a learning process, is wilderness Revelation chapter 12, wilderness Ezekiel chapter 20. Father, I'm not asking you how you're going to do this, but that's an area where I cannot teach on because I don't fully understand the chronological connection of those events, if that makes sense to everyone. So now, it has been debunked in August of 2019, brothers and sisters, whether you want to believe it or not, that Genesis 15, 13 through 21, the prophecy does not end in verse 14. The prophecy does not end in verse 14. The prophecy never ended with coming out with great spoil of the nation that they serve, I will judge. What about Abraham dying at a ripe old age? What about the people returning in the fourth generation? What about the Amorites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hittites? Are there such people living in the land of Israel today? Absolutely not. But I believe I'm from the tribe of Levi. So here is Levi, or Lewy, came into Egypt. He had a son whose name was Kohat. Kohat had a son whose name was Amram. Amram's oldest son was Aharon. Did the house of Israel come out of ancient Egypt in the fourth generation after they came in? Was that a pre-existing qualification for the prophecy to be fulfilled? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Does the prophecy in Genesis 15 say that the seed of Abraham, the entire seed, must be in one land? Ba'aretz lo lahim, in a land that is not theirs. Can somebody tell me in the hearing of my voice, is the house of Israel entirely in the United States of America, or have we ever been entirely in the United States of America? I'll listen. I'll wait. But I'll read prophecy where it says we've been scattered to the nation. The testimony of Yahushua HaMashiach is the spirit of prophecy. So if that's the case, and he said we should be led away captive into all nations, and he can't lie, that means that the house of Israel in the latter days will be found amongst all the nations, if I understand. So now, as I understand, back to the question Moreh posed, as I understand the timing of the second Exodus, it will be after the 7 seals, the 7 trumpets, and the 7 bowl judgments. After. That's what I understand.
I concur. We have not conversed, but that's a part of my my Hebraic worldview, my biblical worldview. That's how I see it chronologically, and so I cringe when I see these soothsayers. I see those who are. I'm sorry, Moreh. And that's exactly what it is. They are pushing this narrative without having
Yes.
to even study the scriptures.
Yes. Yes.
When has the scriptures been omitted in modern prophecy? That's dangerous
Never.
territory. It is,
Absolutely.
and everything you just said, going back to Genesis 15, I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on that because it's very important. What Abraham, and then of course we look at Jacob. I mean, there's some, you cannot ignore that. You have to throw out a portion, a sizable amount of the Tanakh in order to
Hmm.
spin these narratives that's being perpetuated today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In Bereshit chapter 15, Again, for the record, because there might be some Moreh that have just joined us and didn't hear me in my introduction. Um, as an Israelite, I learned in November of 1992 who the true biblical children of Israel are. As a part of my initial study, not indoctrination, because it's what the majority of Israelites in the nation of Israel in the United States believed at that time, as I saw. I was taught that the prophecy, this is a prophecy, prophecy. I was taught Genesis 15, 13 through 21, that it was not ancient Egypt, because we were in ancient Egypt for 430 years. But there is nothing archaeologically that bears up that supposition that we were in ancient Egypt in slavery for 430 years, but for a little over 200. So I'd like to read to everyone right now Genesis 15, 13 through 21 in English. Then I want to read to you Genesis 15, verse 13, Belashon Ibrit, in the language or the tongue of Hebrew. Bear with me here. I'm going to read it in English, 13 through 21. I'm going to read verse 13 to you slowly in Hebrew. Then we're going to go to the Greek Septuagint. Then we're going to see, does the Greek Septuagint say something in Exodus or Shemot chapter 12 that the regular versions of the Bible omit as a result of the Masoretics or the Masoretes omitting something for whatever reason they chose. Watch this. Genesis 15, verse 13. And he said unto Abram that he is El Ha-Elyon, the Most High Elohim, Yah. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And you shall go to your fathers in peace, and you shall be buried in the good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come here again. Where's the here, everyone? For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet been filled or full. And it came to pass when the sun went down, verse 17, that it was dark. And behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abram and said unto him, your seed, here we go, that's collective, your seed, unto your seed have I given this land. From the river Frat, from the river of Mithraim unto the great river, the river Frat or Euphrates. The Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaim, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites. I want you to look, brothers and sisters, at verse 19, 20, and 21. I want you, if your supposition is that this prophecy is yet to be fulfilled, you must then, by definition, identify and show the rest of us where these people exist today on the continent in what you call the true land of Israel. The Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaim, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and the Jebusites. I will tell you, having been to the land or state of Israel 12 times, I've never encountered any of the people you see between verses 19 and 21. These people do not exist at all. At all. They no longer exist. So let's now go back. Look at your verse 13. I want you to look at this. I have this entire section in my Tanakh, in the Torah, highlighted. I want to make sure you can see this. Does everyone see this? Moreh, can you see this? This highlighted section here. It's yellow, red, orange.
Okay, we can see it.
Toda Rabbah. So what I'm about to do is read verse 13 slowly. Okay? English again says, he said unto Abram, know of a surety your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Vayomer le Abram, Yadoa teda ki ger yihye zeraka be'eretz lo lahem. What? Wait. As a student, and an actual instructor of the basics of the Hebrew language, let me tell you what was said. Because now conspiracy buffs who are Israelites have to now say, how do we know that's the accurate Hebrew translation you're giving us, brother? Study the language for yourself, and you'll have no question in terms of what it says and what it means. Wayomer le'Abram yado'a teda ki ger yehihe zeraka ba'aretz lo lahem. This is simply saying, Abram, know for sure that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that does not belong unto them. So here's the necessity for the fulfillment of the prophecy. The seed, not a tribe, not portions of the tribe, not 3 or 4 or 2 tribes, the entire seed, zeraka. Zeraka means your seed. The entire seed of Abram must be, here it is right here in Hebrew, it says, be'eretz, be'eretz, in a land, be'eretz lo lahem, in a land that does not belong unto them. So now, eretz, land, aretz, land. If I say ha'aretz Yisrael, ha'eretz Yisrael, those are simply 2 ways, aretz and eretz, to say land. So in the context of singularity, eretz is singular. But here is the definition, or pardon me, the actual word. If you want to say lands, plural, L-A-N-D-S, which is where we are in the world, scattered throughout lands, the word for lands, plural, is arasot. Arasot. We find that word arasot in NuriYahu or Jeremiah. Please check me on this. Chapter 16, verses 14 through 15. Yeshayahu, Isaiah, chapter 11, verses 11 and 12. So, land, singular, eretz or aretz, lands, plural, arasot. Arasot. So now, here's my question. Here's a quick test, Israelites. Is the nation of Israel May 20th or May 19th, whatever time zone you're in, 2024, as the Gentile reckons time, is the nation of Israel in a Eretz or Aratzot? That's my question to you before I go any further right now. Are we in a land singular, Eretz, Aretz, or Arasot, lands plural? Please type it, because I want to see what your answer is. Because Moreh, I am bound by the rules of thumb of the language. Every language, especially languages of antiquity, especially Hebrew, Ibrit, Aramite, those languages, when you read it and you have an actual comprehensive understanding of the basics of what's being said, you are locked into the meaning because the meaning is in the actual composition of the sentence. So now, the nation of Israel, we're scattered throughout the world. Would you all agree or disagree? Did all Israelites come to the United States of America in the year 1619? Cain or Lo? That's my question. Oh, so, well, I mean, but that was always true, was it not, Moreh? So since you and I, as Morim, we used to believe, if I understand what I heard you say, we used to believe and teach that this has something to do with the United States. I don't want to misquote you. Am I right in saying that?
You're accurate. Okay.
So in Moreh confirming that that's what he believed and that's what he taught, so did I. I was not a student of the language, hence I'm reading English and I'm allowing the opinions, however well-meaning, of people who not only didn't understand the language, they did not subject themselves to the proper contextual understanding that lends itself to a proper application that will give us a proper view of prophecy
in the day of its fulfillment. Did everyone understand what I said? Without proper content being read on the subject for proper contextual understanding towards a proper application, you're going to always be off. You're going to be looking for prophecy whose time is come and gone to be fulfilled in your day, but it's been fulfilled behind you. And to the exclusion of prophecy to be fulfilled in your day, you're going to miss it because you're not understanding the root of it is found in the language. Brother, are you saying we must understand the Hebrew language? My brother, when I found out we were an Israelite, I didn't know Hebrew. Yes, you were a child at that time. It's time to grow up. It's time, if you call yourself Ibrit, Ani Ibri, I am a Hebrew man. Ani Ibri Yisraeli. I'm not an Israeli. I'm not a citizen of the state of Israel, but Ani Ibri Yisraeli. I just said I am a Hebrew man, an Israelite man. Why is it that we can proclaim to the world the virtues of being Hebrew, but many of us are afraid to delve into the language? Because I'm going to tell you, in many areas that we try to say, well, the Ruach is going to give me understanding, the Ruach HaEmet, the spirit of truth, which is Jah himself, is not going to give you anything beyond what's written in the text. Let me tell you that again. So if your understanding is outside the text, you have to stop. You have to be given pause. Take it from me, taught for 30 years, but I taught that doctrine for 10 years. So let's go further now. The text says the seed of Abram must be in a singular land. Now it says the seed of Abram shall be a ger, ger, G-E-Y-R, ger. Ger means alien, stranger, non-indigenous. Non-indigenous. Can everyone hear me? Am I going in and out? Can you still hear me there, Moreh?
We can hear you well.
Okay, Torah Rabbah. So now, I'm looking again in the text I showed you all. Here is the word. I'm going to point to it. Don't know if you can see it. Gimel Resh. It has the nikud or two dots, the vowel point that are called Sereh, which gives you an A sound, a Y or EY. So now, a stranger. So now, us in the United States, we're not indigenous to the United States. I'm not saying those of melanated people that may have traveled to the States and mingle with the indigenous people. I'm not even into all that. I'm talking about the house of Israel right now. So the text says in Hebrew that the seed of Abram must be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. So thus far, I'm reading from the KJV, this is an accurate rendering. It says, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Has anyone other than myself read what is commonly called the Greek Septuagint, the Greek to English interlinear Septuagint? Septuagint, sept, 70. 70 to 72 Israelite elders in Alexandria, Egypt, translated Tanakh, Torah Nebi'im Ketubim, into Greek. Sometimes when the translation happens, something is lost. But sometimes it's an accurate translation if you understand the basics of the Hebrew language. That being said, watch, here we go. It says in English, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Does everyone know that in Hebrew, the word for, F-O-U-R, is arba? That's the masculine way to say it. The feminine way to say it is arba'ah. Arba'ah. Kat, shtaim, shalosh, arba. Our language is gender specific. Arba, arba'ah. So now, the problem here is the word for, F-O-R, is the Hebrew word ki. Kaf yod, pronounced K-double-E. Kaf yod, pronounced K-double-E. So now, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Moreh Melech Moshe, my brother, would you believe if I told you that right here at the end of the verse, it says, Be'eretz lo lahem, ve'abadum, ve'inu otam arba me'ot shana. Arba me'ot shana. That says 400 years. But what's missing there is the Hebrew word for. I'm going to say that again. So in the construct of the verse in Hebrew and even in English, it doesn't say, nor did it ever say, there had to be a slavery anywhere for FOR, FOUR 100 years. It doesn't say that in the text, period. It's not there, nor has it ever been there. Again, if there are any students of the language here, please check me. I'm not adding, I'm not taking away, but it goes even further than that. So now, let's read verse 13 in context now, so we can have a proper application. So in English, and he said unto Abram, know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. All right. So I need to take you all on a journey here. Can you turn with me now to chapter 25? No, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Turn with me backwards to chapter 12, same book, verses 5 through 6. And please don't worry about your brother. It is almost 1 a.m. here. I am good to go. Hallelujah. This is what I was made for. This is what I am here for. Hallelujah. Todayah. So it's all good. Y'all not holding me up. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Watch this. So we're going now, Bereshit, Genesis chapter 12, verse 5 through 6. Why are we going backwards, Moreh, NuriYahu? Follow me, and it's going to be explained as we read it. So chapter 12, verses 5 through 6, and it says, And Abram took Sarai, his Esau, and Lot, his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the beings that they had gotten in Charan, and they went forth into the land of Canaan, and they went forth into the land of Canaan, Canaan, and they went forth into the land of Canaan, Canaan, and into the land of Canaan, Canaan, they came. And Abram passed through the land into the place of Shechem or Shechem, into the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. I'm sorry, who was in the land? And the Canaanite was then in the land. Do you all see that in verse 5 and 6, specifically Abram and family, they're coming from the land of Charan. Before that, they were in Ur Kasdim, or Ur of the Chaldeans. Ur Kasdim, Ur of the Chaldeans, Haran, Charan. Now they're in the land of Canaan, or Canaan. Does everyone see that? Watch this, verse 7. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said unto him, unto your seed, singular, but it's plural, unto your seed, I will give this land. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh who appeared unto him. Go down now to chapter 26, verses 1 through 4. Chapter 26, verses 1 through 4. I'm giving you the content. Shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. There's an application that comes first before Egypt. And guess what? It's Canaan. Canaan. Chapter 26, verse 1 through 4. Bereshit, Genesis, and it says, And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham and Yitzchak. So now this is one of the seed of Abraham. And Yitzchak said unto Abimelech, king of the Palestine, unto Gerar, went unto him rather, and Yahweh appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Mithraim, go not down into Mithraim. Wait. Moreh Melech Moshe, can you help me, my brother? Go not down into Mithraim. So if the land of Canaan became the land of Israel, and he says, don't go down into Mithraim, So they must be coming from the north. He's telling them to go, not to go south. So if Israel, the land of Canaan, is South Africa, going south would be into the Indian Ocean, if I'm not mistaken. So there couldn't be a land of Egypt on the other side of South Africa. Come on. I mean, are y'all following me? Let's go further. So watch this. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. And for unto you and unto your seed, I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your Abba. Verse 4. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of the heavens, and I will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Are you all noticing some commonality here? Chapter 37, verse 1. Unto your seed, Abram, your seed, chapter 37, verse 1. Here we go. Same book, Bereshit, chapter 37, verse 1. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his Abba was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. Wait a minute. Know for a surety that your seed shall be a stranger or a ger in a land that is not theirs. Are you all following me? So wait a minute. We just saw Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, whose name changed to Israel. They're all strangers in a land that is not theirs. But the prophecy picks up with the seed of Abraham. Was Isaac or Yitzchak a stranger in a land that was not his? Yes. But wasn't the land his? Yes. But technically no at that particular point, because the Canaanite was still there. So now we have Yaakov or Israel. Wasn't the land his by promise? Yes. But technically no, it wasn't yet, because the Canaanite was still in the land. So wait a minute. What land then did the seed of Abraham, the entire seed of Abraham, have to be in that was technically and prophetically not their land? It would then, by definition, have to be the land of Mithraim or Egypt. Because at no time, brothers and sisters, has the seed of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Israel, the whole seed, been in one land as a sojourner stranger, and then their status then be turned into enslaved. We came to the Americas, to the United States, enslaved. Am I right or wrong? Are you all following me? So let's go back, shall we? So back to this Genesis chapter 15 piece. Why, can someone tell me, does everyone conveniently stop at verse 14? Verse 14 says, and also that nation whom they serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. So now, did our forefathers and mothers, did our people have to beg for reparations from Pharaoh?
Nope. Nope.
They didn't beg for anything. You mean to tell me the Egyptians wanted to thrust us out with haste, for we all be dead men? By what plague was the land of Egypt destroyed, according to the officials of Pharaoh himself? Here's my point, brothers and sisters. It says, the nation whom they serve, I will judge. But if Israel was to be scattered amongst the nations, then that requires that the nations, plural, would have to be judged. But the prophecy says nation. So when was the seed of Abraham in a singular nation that was judged? Ancient Egypt or Mithraim. Are you all following me? But verse 15 says, but you shall go to your fathers in peace, and you shall be buried in the old age. This is a part of the prophecy. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 25, Abraham died at 175. 175 years or 100 years after his calling at 75 years old in Ur-Kasdim or Ur of the Chaldeans. Are you all following me? So wait a minute. Let's continue to go. Verse 16, but in the fourth generation they shall come here again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So here's my question, brothers and sisters. How many years did we wander in the wilderness, and for what cause did we wander in the wilderness? 40 years did we wander? How many days were we given to spy out the land, or did we choose to spy the land out? 12 men from each of the 12 tribes, 10 brought back an evil, bad report, scared. The Nephilim were in the land, actual people who were physical giants. But 2 men, Yahushua and Caleb, one from the tribe of Ephraim and other from the tribe of Yehuda, brought back a good report. Yah is with us. We can take them. We can destroy them. So because they didn't obey the Father now, that's it. 10 times you rebelled against me. You're going to wonder. A year for every day the land was spied out, as it were. 40 years. So now, how far is the land of Israel from the land of Egypt, brothers and sisters? Is it a 40-year walk? How many days' journey was the land of Israel, the land of promise, from the land of Egypt? Does anybody know? Surely it shouldn't have taken them 40 years, but the 40 years it took them was a punishment. So now the generation, the men of war, as it's called in English, that generation that rebelled against Yah in the wilderness, including Moshe, they died in the wilderness. Am I right or wrong? So wait a minute. Had they been obedient, had they not rebelled against Yah 10 times in the wilderness, would they have returned in the 4th generation? Follow me now to Shmot, Exodus chapter 6. Exodus or Shmot chapter 6, verse 16. I'm going to follow my progenitors, my ancestors, if you will, Levites. I believe I'm from the tribe of Lewy. So, Torah Rabbah. So, the land of Israel is only 11 days' journey. Absolutely right. That's what the text says. The land of Israel was 11 days' journey, the land of promise, that was marked off by landmarks, borders, okay? That's all in Torah, exactly where the borders were. It says right here in verse 16, Shmot chapter, or Exodus chapter 6, verse 16, these are the names of the sons of Lewy, according to their generations, Gershon and Kohat and Merari, and the years of Lewy were 137 years. So please, if you're taking notes, which I hope you are, write for number 1, Levi or Lewy. Skip down to verse 18. And the sons of Kohat, Amram, Yizchar, Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohat were 133 years. So please highlight the name Kohat in verse 18. Highlight the name Kohat. Skip down now to verse 20. And Amram took him Yochebed, the sister of his Abba, to be his Isha, and she bore him Aharon and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. Verse 23. And Aharon took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Naashon, as Isha, and she bore him Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar. So I want you to circle or highlight in verse 16, Lewi, Levi, in verse 18, Kohat, in verse 20, Amram, and in verse 23, Aharon. And I want you to type for me how many names you see. I want you to tell me what generation out of the 4 names of these 4 men did we exit Egypt or Mitzrayim? Was it in the generation of Lewi? Couldn't have been, because even in his generation, we weren't enslaved yet. So it wasn't in this generation. Did we come out in the generation of Kohat, Amram, or Aharon? Did we come out in the generation of Aharon? So you said Aharon or Aaron, did you not? So how many generations is that, brothers and sisters? I can't see you, but can you put 4 fingers up, if I could shot, please? See, one of our problems as well, Moreh, is that we have lost the ability to count. The prophecy said that we were required to return in the 4th generation. Is that what the prophecy said? Had we not been disobedient, would we not have returned to the land of Israel, the entire seed of Abraham? We went in 12 tribes and came out a nation, the birth of a nation in the land of Mitzrayim. Is that what happened? Yes. So now, back to Genesis chapter 15. Let's put this whole thing together, shall we? Verse 18, in the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim, Egypt, unto the great river, the river Euphrates. Please turn with me to Psalm or Tehillah, Psalm 105, verse 23. Psalm 105 or Tehillah Mea Chamesh, Psalm 105, we're going to read 23 through 42. And I pray that you all are staying with me because I'm going to wrap this up very soon. When I say wrap it up, I mean simply bring this to a place where you have to have a lot of better understanding, in my opinion. Or you're going to now deny what the text actually says. Psalm 105, verse 23 through 42, and it speaks on this wise. 23 says, Yisrael also came into Mitzrayim, and Yaakov sojourned in the land of Cham. Yisrael also came into Mitzrayim, and Yaakov sojourned in the land of Cham. Does everyone see that? Does everyone see that? Please put something there. Please put something there. Please put something there. Yisrael also came into Mitzrayim, and Yaakov sojourned in the land of Cham. Turn with me to Bereshit, Genesis chapter 46. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 46. You all are getting what it took me a decade to understand. You're getting the encapsulated form. It might be stretching you, but according to the words of Hamashiach, new wineskin. See, for some of you, I know this is new wine and it's stretching you. But you got to change, brothers and sisters, because your understanding, if this is what you believe, it's got to still happen for us in the United States. Your understanding is flawed. You're waiting for a prophecy to be fulfilled that is well over 3,000 years and counting having been fulfilled. Bereshit chapter 46, take a look at verse 1. Bereshit, Genesis 46, verse 1. Remember, Yisrael came where? Into Mitzrayim, and Yaakov to the land of Cham. Watch this. It says, and this is after Yosef sins for his Abba and the rest of his family in the land of Canaan. And Yisrael took his journey and all that he had and came to Beersheba and offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his Abba Yitzchak. And Elohim spoke to Yisrael in the visions of the night and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, here I am. And he said, I am Elohim, the Elohim of your Abba. Do not fear to go down into Mitzrayim. Because remember, he told his Abba Yitzchak, don't you go down there. Don't fear to go down into Mitzrayim. For there I will make of you a great nation. For there I will make of you who? Him and his 12 sons. We call that the house of Israel, do we not? For there I will make of you a great nation. For I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will surely bring you up again. Wait a minute. How is he going to bring him up again? And by the time we come out, he's dead? Because the he is the house of the children of Israel. And yes, we bring his bones, but the living descendants are the seed of Yitzchak, are the seed of Abraham. Know for a surety your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. Next verse. I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will surely bring you up again, and Yosef shall put his hand upon your eyes. 5. And Yaakov rose up from Beersheba, and the children of Israel, and the children of Israel, and the children of Israel carried Yaakov their Abba, and their little ones, and their wives, and the wagons which Paro had sent to carry them. And they took their cattle and their goods which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Mitzrayim, Yaakov and all his seed with him. Please type for me, everyone. I ask this favor of you. Type for me. Yaakov and all his seed with him. All the seed of Yitzchak, Isaac. All the seed of Abraham came into a land That is what the prophecy requires for fulfillment. Le'at, le'at, we say in Hebrew. Le'at, le'at means slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Do you see the narrative? Do you see the tapestry being constructed? Is it becoming clearer to some of you? See, a lot of us, the problem we have with understanding this, the block is arrogance, pride, and self-righteousness, and the fear of admitting that you're wrong. And for many of us in a leadership position, if you are teaching this, you really need to recuse. You need to step out of a teaching position and do some serious prayer and fasting. If you got the people believing that this is still yet to be fulfilled. Are you kidding me? I just heard recently August 2024 is when this is going to be fulfilled. That is unbelievable. Watch this. It says, Yaakov and all his seed with him, 7, his sons and his sons' sons, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed he brought with him into Mitzrayim. All his seed he brought with him into Mitzrayim. Does everyone see that? So all the seed of Abraham, all the seed of Yitzchak, all the seed of Yaakov, who was called, changed name to Israel, was in one land. Does everyone see that? So can we go back now to Psalm 105, verse 23? Psalm 105, verse 23, it says, Yisrael also came into Mitzrayim, and Yaakov sojourned in the land of Cham. And he increased his people greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. He turned their heart to hate his people, to deal subtly with his servants. He sent Moshe his servant and Aharon whom he had chosen. They showed his signs among them and wonders in the land of Cham. Here go the plagues. He sent darkness and made it dark, and they rebelled not against his word. He turned their waters into blood and slew their fish. Their land brought forth frogs in abundance in the dwellings of their kings. He spoke, and there came various sorts of flies and lice in all their coasts. He gave them hail for rain and flaming fire in their land. 33. He struck their vines also and their fig trees and broke the trees of their coasts. He spoke, and locusts came, and caterpillars, and that without number, and did eat up all the vegetation in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. He struck also the firstborn in their land, the chief of all their strength. He brought them forth also with silver and gold. Does the prophecy not say they have to come out with great plunder? Silver and gold. And there was not one weak person among their tribes. Mitzrayim was glad when they had departed, for the fear of them fell upon them. He spread a cloud for a covering and fire to give light in the night. The people asked, and he brought quail and satisfied them with the food of the heavens. 41. He opened the rock, and the waters gushed out. They ran in the dry places like a river. 42 is why I brought you here. For he remembered his holy promise and Abraham his servant. For he remembered his holy promise and Abraham his servant. Moreh, let me pause for station identification right now, just to make sure the people know you're still here. Am I reaching here, Moreh? For he remembered his holy promise and Abraham his servant. Moreh, when did Yah make a promise to Abraham? Was it in Genesis 15?
Genesis 15.
Oh my goodness. But wait a minute. Who is the author of Psalm 105? Showing us that if this is now penned in the days of Melech David and thereafter, that's showing you early kingdom, nation of Israel, or even after that, when the kingdom was divided, that was the prophetic understanding of the nation of Israel, that the promise, the prophecy had been fulfilled in Egypt, Mitzrayim. Does everyone see it?
Wow. Woo! Wow. Wow.
I didn't write Psalm 105. You all have your own unique scriptures, regardless of whether it's the Et Sefer or the Hallelujah scriptures or whatever it is. This is what it even says in Hebrew. Go figure. Who knew this said this? Those of us that will humble ourselves and yield to what prophecy actually says instead of what we wanted to say, make it mean, because we want, I don't want to say this way. Let me backtrack. Many of us want to feel like we belong. We want to see in our day prophecy be fulfilled as it was in the days of our ancestors. Many of us have read 1st and 2nd Maccabees, and we want our Maccabean opportunity to stand up against the Seleucids of our day. Oh, no, for a surety, you're going to have your Maccabean opportunity. But here's my question. The king of the north, king of the south that you see in Daniel chapter 11, those prophecies have been fulfilled also. Many of us are waiting for, in my opinion, many of us are waiting for prophecies to be fulfilled whose time is come and gone, brothers and sisters. What about the prophecies for our time and yet still our future? We need to be talking about this when we come together in our gatherings, in my opinion. Yom HaShabbat was yesterday. In my opinion, we need to be talking about where we are in prophecy. We need to be getting understanding from the Father. Father, where are we? Are we out of alignment with where you say we are in prophecy? Because if we are, house of Israel, we're going to be playing catch up and we're going to be in trouble. Let's go further. Acts chapter 7. Acts chapter 7. Stephen or Stephanos. Acts chapter 7. Is it possible that first century common era Israelites believed that the holy promise that Yah made to Abraham had been fulfilled in ancient Mitzrayim? Did they believe that? Was that the Israelite prophetic worldview? Yes, it was. Brother, I don't believe that. You're going to have to show me. I'm going to have to show you. Acts chapter 7. Let's go there. Acts chapter 7. We're going to read 1 through 17. Acts 7, 1 through 17. Acts chapter 7, 1 through 17. And verse 1 says, Then said the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, Are these things so? Because Stephen had been accused of something that he was not guilty of. And Shaul had the authority to have this man murdered. Watch this. 2. And he said, Men, brethren, and fathers. This is Israelite centric, Israelite unique. That's his audience he's speaking to. Are y'all following me? Watch this. The Elohim of glory appeared unto our Abba, Abraham, when he was in Aram Naharim, or Mesopotamia, before he came to Haran, or Haran, and said unto him, Get you out of your country and from your kindred, and I will show, and come into a land which I will show you. But he came out of the land of the Kasdim, or Chaldeans, and dwelt in Haran, or Haran. And from there, when his Abba had died, Terach or Terah, he removed him into this land. What land? Watch this. Wherein you dwell now. What land was that? Before it was called Haaretz Yisrael, it was called Haaretz Canaan, the land of Canaan or Canaan. Watch this. And he gave him none inheritance in it, a stranger in a land not theirs. Watch this. No, not as much as to set his foot upon. Yet he promised that he would give it to him for a possession, and to his seed after him, to his seed after him, to his seed after him, when he as yet had no child. And Elohim spoke on this wise, saying, that his seed should sojourn in a strange land, and that they should bring them into bondage and entreat them evil 400 years. And the nation to whom they shall be in bondage will I judge, said Elohim, and after that they shall come forth and serve me in this place. And he gave him the covenant of circumcision. And so Abraham begot Yitzchak, and circumcised him the 8th day. And Yitzchak begot Yaakov, and Yaakov begot the 12 patriarchs. And the patriarchs, moved with envy, sold Yosef into Mitzrayim, but Elohim was with him, and delivered him out of all his afflictions, and gave him favor and wisdom in the sight of Paro, Melech Mitzrayim. and he made him governor over Mizraim and all his house. Now there came a famine over all the land of Mizraim and Canaan. Can you all type both those words for me, please? Look at your verse 11. Look at your verse 11. Look at your verse 11. Verse 11 says, now there came a famine over all the land of Egypt and Canaan, Mizraim and Canaan. Do you see two lands in verse 11? Type Cain for me if you see two lands in verse 11. Do you see two lands? Because I'm going to show you something momentarily to show you why I must say two lands. Watch this. Now there came a famine over all the land of Mizraim and Canaan, and great affliction, and our fathers found no sustenance. But when Yaakov heard there was grain in Mizraim, he sent out our fathers first, and at the second time Yosef was made known to his brethren, and the kindred of Yosef was made known unto Paro. Then sent Yosef and called his Abba Yaakov to him, and all his kindred, 75 souls. So Yaakov went down into Mizraim and died, he and our fathers, and were carried over into Shechem or Shechem, and laid in tombs that Abraham bought for a sum of money from the sons of Emor, the Abba of Shechem or Shechem. But when the time of the promise drew near, but when the time of the promise drew near, but when the time of the promise drew near, which Elohim had sworn to Abraham, which Elohim had sworn to Abraham, which Elohim had sworn to Abraham, the people grew and multiplied in Mizraim or Egypt. Wait. So we just read in Psalm 105 a promise Yah made to Abraham. We see now in Acts chapter 7, Stephen recounting the history and the time of the promise and its fulfillment coming to pass. Does everyone see that? Does everyone see that? Turn with me now to Shemot or Exodus chapter 20. Turn with me now to Exodus or Shemot chapter 20. I'm sorry, chapter 12. Forgive me. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. I stand corrected. Shemot or Exodus chapter 12. We're going to read verses 40 through 41. 40 through 41. Shemot or Exodus 12, 40 through 41. And it says, now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Mizraim was 430 years. That is a lie. That is a, not mistranslation, that is a conscious omission of a word, of a land. You've seen that land mentioned in Psalm 105. You just saw the land mentioned in Acts chapter 7. We're going to read the land mentioned in the original text of the Septuagint because it was omitted, brothers and sisters, in all versions, King James Version, Protestant Reformation versions, and typically, unless you have a nice updated version where it inserts Canaan there, your version in verse 40 is omitting the country called Canaan or Canaan. Watch this, verse 41. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the self same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mizraim. I'm going to take you to a website momentarily, but I'm going to go back to Genesis chapter 15 and show you what it does not say in that verse. Verse 13, Genesis 15, Bereshit 15, verse 13. And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. We know that the seed of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael were a stranger first in the land of Canaan, then strangers second in the land of Mizraim, then they were enslaved. Notice how the body of the prophecy is now aligning with the condition, the state of life of which we live in those two countries. So I'm going to read to you now. Give me 1 second. Moreh, I have to pull up this website. I don't know how it's going to happen when I switch over and go to another screen. So I'm still here. All right. And now let them know
I'll pull it up for you. Give me the website. Moreh, are you still there? NuriYahu? All right. Pardon me, everyone. This has been enriching. There's a lot to metabolize. There's a lot to disseminate. But we must come out of this bad.
I hear him. I got to get the website and give it to him.
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. I'm pulling up the website right now, Moreh. Can I send it to you some kind of way so you can post it?
Yeah, just send it to me. Yep, inbox me.
All right. Give me 1 sec here.
Torah for your obedience, Elder. This has been enrichingly satisfying. All praises be
Hallelujah.
to for this here. It's
All
a
right,
lot
Moreh.
again. Yeah, go ahead. Thank everyone for your patience once again. It's I think when Moreh tried to switch over, he froze. But all praises be to the Most High. There's a lot that's been said. Again, there's a lot to metabolize, and I pray that each of you will go back and listen to this over and over and over again. There you go, Moreh. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Let me see
All
if
right.
okay, I received it. Okay, let me open it up.
Okay. So once you open it up, Moreh, it'll take you down. Just scroll down and find where it says it's going to say Exodus. Let's go to chapter 12, and we're going to look at verse 40 and 41. And brothers and sisters, he's going to read to you from the Greek Septuagint because I can't pull it up and be on screen at the same time. It cuts me off.
So there's a disable blocker on here. Let me let's go back. Just trying to maneuver around this disable this ad blocker. Somehow my computer is rejecting it. Do you want to pull up any Septuagint? I see it's a Septuagint. Should I pull up any Septuagint?
Yes, anyone that's going to give you a Greek to English rendering for everyone.
Okay. Let's come out of here. There was a ad blocker on one, so let's go here.
Now, can you hear me, Moreh?
I can hear you.
Okay, because now what I can do, I didn't know that I could still be heard until you told me. I can read it. I'm actually looking at it right now.
Yeah, please do.
Yes, yes. All right. So in the website I'm looking at, brothers and sisters, this is the Greek Septuagint. Again, this is the Greek, the Torah, Tanakh, written in Greek, Genesis through Malachi, written in Greek. I'm in Exodus chapter 12, verses 40 through 41. The great error on our part, brothers and sisters, is assuming that the text is saying that there has to be a 400-year slavery. And then the greater error is for us to try to attribute it to Israelites in the United States, if that were even applicable to us in this day and age. So verse 40, chapter 12 Exodus, in the Greek Septuagint says, and the sojourning of the children of Israel, while they sojourned in the land of Egypt and the land of Canaan, was 430 years. And it came to pass after the 430 years, all the forces of the Lord, or Yah, came forth out of the land of Egypt by night. Why is this important, brothers and sisters? Because in Hebrew, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, in English, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 13, it never said there was going to be a slavery for a 400-year period. This is saying that we had to live first in a land, then go to another land. The period of the 400 years began to be counted when our people were living in Canaan. So now, the strange land dynamic is Canaan first. The amount of time, the years we spent in Canaan. Now we go into Egypt. Stranger sojourner, most favored nation status. Then it flips and we are enslaved. A pharaoh, Paro rises up that didn't care about the previous status or second in charge status of Yosef. So this is what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. The text that the majority of us use, whether it's a regular KJV or so-called updated, better version, if your version doesn't have in verse 40 the word Canaan, it is simply the same thing that the rest of us have in English. So the majority of Bible versions don't add the word Canaan. But in the original text, the Masoretic text, the text before the Masoretic text, pardon me, it had the word Canaan there, or Canaan. So let's put the whole thing together. In the Hebrew, it is saying a baseline of 400 years is what has to happen to the seed of Abraham. That baseline of 400 years begins in Canaan and ends in Egypt. The total, because they accomplished the baseline of 400 years, the total is 430 years. The prophecy never said in Hebrew, Greek, or Latin. Well, I can't say Latin. Well, Latin Vulgate, but I never remember reading this in there. It never said in Hebrew or Greek that it had to be 400 years slavery in any particular land. That's not been the case. This is why there was a problem archaeologically speaking. Let me switch back over so everyone can see my face. Give me 1 sec here. All right. I think we're back. All right. Can you all see me? You can hear me?
Okay, we can hear and see you.
Okay. All right. Toda Rabah. Let me summarize this, everyone, because I know this is a lot of information. I know it's a lot to digest. It took me a decade to learn, first, that the prophecy had nothing to do with us in the United States. And after that, everything you just gotten within this past hour, it took me a total of almost 15 to 16 years to actually learn to the place where I understood it for myself, and then a bit more time where I can actually articulate it step for step. Typically, I teach this over a period of 3 to 4 weeks, not 1 or 2 hours, because it's a lot. Torah requires Weshinan Tam, and you shall teach them diligently. Our problem now is the process of unlearning, because many of us, myself included, we learned the wrong thing at the inception of our walk. So it becomes foundational. It becomes foundational. So let's put the whole thing together, brothers and sisters. Genesis 15, 13 through 21 can be proven without a shadow of a doubt that it never had anything to do with us in the United States of America. If one only humbles him or herself, to Luke chapter 21, verse 28, I believe it is, and they shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles to the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Well, that means that our slavery, enslavement, began in the year 66 Common Era, the first century, 66 Common Era, the first century Common Era, not the 17th century or 1619. Let me see, can I see that? I see someone's posted it. So you see, I'm not making it up. If we are wrong or have been wrong about something of this nature, is it possible that we're also wrong in other areas, brothers and sisters? I submit, as a student teacher, but as a formal structured teacher of Tanakh for the past 30 years, it is time for critical reassessment. It's time to take a second, objective, non-fear-based look at your understanding, your position, your belief, your supposition. Do you have the courage to take a second look? I'm going to show you somebody that did take another look. And I believe, though I can't say unequivocally, I know for a fact, I believe he took a second look or another look to make sure his understanding of the fulfillment of what Yah said through NuriYahu was coming to pass in his day. If you follow me to Daniel chapter 9, verse 1 and 2, Daniel chapter 9, verse 1 and 2, it says, in the first year of Darius or Darius, the son of Achashwerosh or Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Kasdim or Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, look at it now, I, Daniel, understood by books the number of years concerning the word of Yahweh that came to NuriYahu the prophet, that he will accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Yerushalayim. In the desolations of Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim, the city, and symbolically representative, reflective of the people. So now here's my question, brothers and sisters. Have you read Jeremiah or NuriYahu chapter 25? Where Yah tells NuriYahu, I want you to go prophesy to Judah and Jerusalem and to the surrounding nations that they are going to drink from the cup of the king of Babel, king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. You all remember that? You know that there were 6 waves of deportation into captivity. 605, Daniel. 597, Yechezkel. 586 is when the temple was destroyed. 605, 597, 586. Daniel knew about the prophecy. Daniel was a contemporary of NuriYahu, as well Habakkuk or Habakkuk as some call him. So these 3, NuriYahu, actually 4, NuriYahu, Yechezkel, Daniel, and Habakkuk. They're all 4 prophets of the time of the captivity of Yehuda. But the prophet of the time prior to the captivity was Yeshayahu or Isaiah. So you will see in Isaiah, Yeshayahu, Koresh or Cyrus, the king of Paras of the Persians, is called the servant of Yah. He was going to let the father's captives go free and rebuild the temple. So this is what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. Daniel, I believe, stepped back for a second and took another look at the prophecy. What harm is there in taking an objective, open-minded look at prophecy and praying and asking Yah to open your understanding and to remove any erroneous understanding? We must be in sync with the mind of Yah as Yah spoke what was going to happen. 1 billion Israelites cannot coerce the Most High Elohim into changing his mind about how prophecy is going to be fulfilled, the how, the where, the who, and everybody else. Nothing like that can happen. So here's my question, brothers and sisters. Do you have the courage to take a second look and do a critical reassessment of your position, your belief, your supposition? Or do you think your understanding is so sound, so refined, so airtight that you can't be wrong? I submit to you, I've been more wrong in areas of prophecy than I can remember over the past 30 years. But what I do now is I try to understand the body of the text on the subject, and I try to apply as I understand by watching. See, this is what we were told to do by Yahushua HaMashiach. You all know that, right? In Mark chapter 13. The last verse in Mark 13, and I'm closing with this. Going to turn it back over to Moreh. Mark 13. Okay. Mark 13, verse 35 through 37. Mark 13, 35, 36, and 37, and it speaks on this wise. Watch you therefore, for you do not know when the master of the house is returning, at the evening, in the middle of the night, when the rooster crows, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he find you sleeping. And what I say unto you, I say unto all, watch, watch. Brothers and sisters, I will not tell you, as a teacher in the midst of Israel right now, excuse me, that there's anything wrong with having an opinion. I have an opinion, but I know the difference between having an opinion and telling people in a teaching environment, this is what I believe, this is what I think. But when you speak authoritatively and you place the name of Yah in that sentence, Yah told you, Yah said, vision, dream, something like that. Okay. You sure about that? Are you sure it's not a teaching of a demon? In the latter time, in the latter days, many shall depart from the truth, the faith, the emunah, and give heed to seducing spirits and teachings of demons. My opinion, brothers and sisters, is not personal. It's not directed at any of you, but at the spirit of error that works in the children of disobedience. If your opinion is not in alignment with proper fulfillment of prophecy, you simply have to throw it away. Many of us who are self-appointed, self-anointed, shouldn't be teaching nobody nothing, brothers and sisters. I am here to tell you, and when many of these prophets and prophetess realize they're wrong, like many Israelites were on YouTube talking this nonsense about the 3 days of darkness, trying to co-opt this false Roman Catholic prophecy. And then when the eclipse was going to happen, you know, it's going to be this, it's going to be that, it's going to be a zombie apocalypse. Now they've fallen silent. There was so much to do about the whole 400 years and what Virginia was doing and what Donald Trump signed into law and the Ghanaian year of return 2019. But August 2019 came and gone, and I still see the crux of the nation of Israel outside the land of Israel. And Mashiach is not returned. So what are we talking about? So in conclusion, brothers and sisters, I want to thank you for humbling yourself to listen to anything I've just shared. I'm not so old in this walk where I don't believe that I can't be taught. I'm not so young in this walk where I believe any and everything that somebody passes in front of me. I've been blessed to have 3+ decades of knowing who I am under my belt. Let me tell you something. He or she that endures until the end of what? One's life. Wherever it is that you might be before the return of Mashiach, if you are in the United States and that's the Father's portion He's given to you, and you believe the United States is Babylon the Great, and somebody says, but you should come out. All Israelites are not supposed to leave America. How do I know? It says that the woman would be drunk with the blood of the saints. Drunk with the blood. Drunk with the blood. So it seems to me like there's going to be an effort to wipe us out. in the United States. I'm not going to tell you that it's not the Father's portion for you to leave America. That's between you and Yah. You and Yah. But I'm going to tell you, if somebody comes before you and offers this blanket statement about come out, because you're going to die, 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 what you call that, Moreh? That's that witchy poo stuff. See, when I heard Moreh say witchy poo, I said HR doggone puffin stuff. My goodness. I said, Moreh got to be old then. I saw some reruns of something. That is the subtleties of the serpent. That is a form of witchcraft. Influence peddling. If the Father is motivating you and mobilizing you to leave, then be about that business. There's an elder Israelite brother who has since passed away, who lived in Israel. I knew him as an elder who I met in 1992. He came on Pal Talk. It was many of you probably know what Pal Talk is, a chat room software. He opened up a chat room. My congregation had a chat room on Pal Talk. It was called The End of Days. We opened it in 2004. We closed it in 2018, opened 14 years as an extension of our Beit Knesset congregation. So I knew this brother. I met him in the United States. I met him where he lived in Israel. He got on Pal Talk in a chat room saying that if you don't leave America by this particular time of this year, you're going to die because the Most High is going to send a tsunami to the East Coast that's going to sweep across the East Coast inland and kill anybody that's off the East Coast. He died, and it never happened. Let me say it again. He died, and it never happened. Am I saying he died as a byproduct? I don't know what the Father did, why he did it, but I know he's dead. What I'm saying, brothers and sisters, is if you have to be moved by fear, are you sure that's the Father? Am I saying that Yah will not cause fear to come upon you to move you from point A to point Z? I'm not saying that. But I'm saying this whole dispensationalism, hype, mumbo jumbo that I've now heard, and I've got to really hear some more of this, that I've now heard is centered on Africa, the promised land. But I heard this years ago. That's so easily debunked, brothers and sisters. Don't fall for the okie doke, because that's weak. Weak. I dare you, I challenge you to visit countries that people say is the land of Israel here on the West Coast or Central Sub-Saharan Africa. Do some real research. Stop running your mouth. Stop going on social media. Shut up. Do some research. Come back. Tell us what you have objectively learned, if you actually care about the Father's people. That's what I say. That's my challenge, brothers and sisters. Again, I don't know anybody personally. I know a few people indirectly, but I don't know them personally. So this is not aimed at anybody personally. But if you feel some kind of way, that means you have had an emotional connection to your particular prophetic position, and that's dangerous. Because see, if you're wrong and now you feel some kind of way, you get upset, you might decide you want to do some harm or call somebody out their name or call fire down from the heavens. And next thing you know, the ground might be opening up and swallowing your wayward behind. Be careful. Be careful. Be very careful. So on that note, my brothers and sisters, I want to say, Todah Rabbah Aleichem. Thank you very much, and to all you, my brothers and sisters, for listening to me, for giving me an opportunity to come into your homes and share what I believe I understand at this particular point. I turn you back over to Moreh Melik Moshe.
Well, Todah Rabbah, Todah Rabbah. I know you put your virtual hands together for Zakain, Elder, Moreh, NuriYahu. All praises be to the Most High. Thank you. You said such quite a bit, and that we can talk about. I know the hour is late, but you mentioned quite a bit, and you're right. This hubris that is being perpetuated in the community, that people speak with this authoritative voice, and it's okay to have an opinion. I think we all have opinions, but I think when people come with this authoritativeness, hard boundaries. This is the truth. It's that type of wickedness that's in our community that has to stop because it's preying on the weakness and the vulnerability of the people. And so
Yes.
you're right. We have to rethink in light of someone asks about receipts. I think you have given us a preponderance and a myriad of receipts. In light of what Moreh mentioned tonight, the scriptures, the receipts, and he went back to back to back from Psalms Division 105, Revelation chapter 13, Revelation chapter 12, Exodus chapter 12, and the list goes on. I think there is a, a kaleidoscope of evidence that is pretty conclusive. Pretty conclusive. I know it's going to take time for this to metabolize for some of you and to disseminate for some of you. That is to be expected along the way. Moreh, I appreciate you bringing up the language. I think the language is very important. A language is not just a tool for communication, but it's also a vehicle for culture. And so I want to thank you
That's
so
right.
much for bringing out the language. It's not just a tool for communication, but it's also a vehicle for proper application and
That's right.
also prophecy. And if you are misaligned in terms of the language, as you have showed us in the Septuagint, if you have showed us through what we call source criticism by comparing sources, as you have showed us looking at what we an attempt to go back to the original autograph, the original manuscript, or what it says in the Hebrew language, I think it's pretty conclusive for some. Some may still be at an impasse. It's okay. No one is vilifying anyone. No one is demonizing anyone. You can have an opinion. But again, the only authority is the instructions of the Most High.
That's right.
If your opinion is not consistent, if it's misaligned with the authority of the scriptures, then we have some rethinking to do. We have to reevaluate some things along the way. Man, that's great. I mean, you bring up lo mium, you bring up so lands and lands. This is great. We believe that revelation is relative to relationship, and it's these type of dialogues that bring out these revelatory nuggets and all of the nuances that we have not seen in scripture, and to bring out that the 400-year prophecy has been fulfilled. That's a game changer. That changes the whole landscape and the paradigm of the indoctrination of the modern Hebrew. So, man, it's so much we can say along the way. I do want to thank you for your time. I do want to encourage you all to give. Someone asks, how can you give to Awake the Nations? Let's $ Awake the Nations, but please, please, I defer. Please give to Moreh NuriYahu. NuriYahu has done an amazing job. Really believe that the Most High has spoken tonight. Let's hearken unto what the Most High have said. And if not, as he has said consistently tonight, please go and revisit the text, but this time do it objectively. Because the truth, we bring relativism into this walk.
Mm.
The truth is relative to us, but it's not a truth, it's the truth. We all
Hey,
should be
that's right.
that. We all should be in pursuit of the truth. And so, as Moreh said, pray, fast. You know, things should not be pursued unless it's covered in prayer. That
Mm.
means some of us need to come, and particularly for those who are responsible for teaching people, those of us who exercise didacticism on a consistent basis, we must be humbled enough to say we were wrong.
That's right.
We were wrong. And I think the days are coming when many of who are sincere in heart will take that posture and say we were wrong.
Mm.
Wrong about prophecy. We were wrong about the scriptures. And so I believe that, as Mashiach talked about, blessed are those who have a pure heart.
Mm.
They shall see the Most High. So I think it's very important. I want to thank each of you all tonight. There's so much more that we can say. Moreh, before I have closing words from you, thank you for talking about the interpretation of reflexes. I mean, you said so much. I was just taking notes, but there's a lot of interpretation of reflexes that we take. We look at the scriptures through what we call deduction. Deduction is, yep, see, it says here, but we don't go deep into the language. And we don't use what we call induction or inductive reasoning. We throw common sense out of the window. We throw critical thinking. We dismiss it. Critical thinking is becoming extinct in our community. We don't critically think anymore. We don't use the synapses in our brain, and we just take whatever any YouTube Israelite teacher teaches and we run with it.
Wow.
That's dangerous. We use these preloaded doctrinal assumptions. These assumptions, because they're preloaded doctrinal assumptions. Or, like you said, we spiritualize, over spiritualize, which I think leads to a number of things. And whenever we mix psychosis with that, that's a bad recipe. It's a bad recipe. So I know the hour is late. Anyone, maybe a couple questions there might be. There are some people who are pretty adamant that South Africa is in fact the land of antiquity. Many have said that. I think there was one comment that said there are many scholars who are looking at the customs, they're looking at land markers, they're looking at the geophysics, they're looking at I'm looking for it now, but they are pretty staunch that, in fact, Africa is the land. Moreh, this is it concerns me. I think people can have an opinion, but as you said, when people become authoritative and become staunch, and this is it, pain would teach us where pride won't let us learn.
Oh, yes.
We have to be able to pivot and say I was wrong about it. But but we're not demonizing anyone, right? There are some people who are pretty adamant that said there are a number of researchers, a number of people who say that emphatically that Africa is the land. I think you have provided us with enough information along the way to reevaluate that. And so, again, we're not browbeating anyone. Many of you have various opinions. You have a myriad of your opine. Our opine in our community is very broad, and there is an appreciation and aesthetic beauty in that. What we call axiology. There is a beauty in that, but there are some strong, conclusive points that Moreh brought out tonight that we should be mindful of. Listen, we'll take maybe two questions, but we do got to let Moreh go. Before that, if you would like to see Moreh come on again, I won't be on for another 2 weeks. Hopefully next week I'll get a chance to have a vacation with my Isha and my children, my adult children. And then the week after that, Great Awakening will be, we'll be observing Shavuot. And so in 3 weeks from now, if you would like, and if Moreh will indulge us, if he has the latitude and the bandwidth to come back, we'll certainly have him back. If you would like to see Moreh NuriYahu come back, please put a 1 in the chat. If you would like to hear more about Moreh, more what Moreh NuriYahu had to say. All right. So already people saying yes, please come back. Please put a 1 in the chat if you would like to see, you have a desire to see Moreh come back to talk about these matters. Yeah, I think that it's a lot of putting 1. Moreh, you help the audience. You have helped Yasharel and the Mishpachah. You have helped them really gain of understanding. Most people believe what they know, but they don't know what they believe. And when you hear, there's a lot of convolution. It's a conundrum when you hear multiple voices and multiple who are saying this and saying that and flee America, and if you're America, you're not going to make it into the kingdom, and all these type of strange philosophies just being thrown out there. you bring some clarity. These are the voices of the Zaken, those who've been around the block, those who have this experiential knowledge, those who wrestle with the scriptures, and those who have humility, those who say, I was wrong at one point, but after interrogating the scriptures, using a number of interrogatories, I was wrong. It takes humility. The Most High resists proud, but it takes one who is humble in order to do that. So I think it's pretty conclusive. We're going to have you back, Moreh, in about 3 weeks when Awakening
Hallelujah.
on the air. The people want to hear more. All praises be to the Most High. So again, if you are perpetuating this idea about the second Exodus, and it does not align itself with the scriptures, there's only one thing for you and I to do: repent. We must repent, return back to the instructions of the Most High. And if we are teachers, if we are spiritual practitioners, we must admit that we were wrong, to correct that doctrine that could be considered heresy. And we were called to pray people to pray amiss. So it's very important that we align ourselves. All right, a couple of questions for Moreh, but we have to let Moreh go. A couple of questions. If you have a question, please put it in the chat. Whether you're on YouTube or Facebook. Yes, Ak Danielle from Chicago, your native hometown, Moreh. What is it exactly, Danielle? Danielle, a good brother from Chicago, great brother. About the mountains. You said the statement about the mountains. Please provide clarity, Danielle, to your question. While we're waiting on Danielle, there's a second question that says, would love an explanation, I'll put it up, would love an explanation of Jeremiah 50 and 51, 50 to 51.
All right. If I can ask,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Moreh.
No. I believe I addressed that a couple of weeks ago, but maybe this.
Oh, you did? Okay.
As it relates to, but again, we're looking for specificity. I'm not for sure if she's maybe referring to that the Melech of Yasharel comes before the second Exodus or what. But please be more specific. Everyone, specificity is going to be very important. It'll help us give direct answers instead of having to go and read and monopolize the time. Okay, so Danielle, let's go back to Danielle. Then we'll come back to you. The joy in me will come back to you. So Danielle was talking about the mountainous areas, the mountains, the same about the mountains, and he talked about geographic evidence that they provide. Geographical evidence in terms of the mountains you were referring to.
Which particular mountains? I remember mentioning mountains, but can you give me clarity? Which mountains and what part of the conversation we were having earlier?
Yeah. So a lot of this. If your questions can be a little bit more detail, everyone, just a little bit more detail.
Yeah.
We covered a broad spectrum of topics tonight. And so some of maybe what Moreh talked about was maybe 2 hours ago. So again, specificity is the key.
And Danielle, in terms of the mountains, are you asking about specific mountains by name, their location in Israel, or mountains in various African countries? Yeah, please tighten that up for me if you don't mind, because let me give you an example of something. One of the times my family lived in Israel, we lived at the foot of Har Tabor. No, I'm sorry, Har Gilboa, Mount Gilboa, Gilboa. Why is that relevant? Mount Gilboa is the mountain that our people with the tribe of Gidon, hid in from the Midianites and the children of the east, as they were called. We lived right down from the stream. Yah had Gideon, or Gidon is proper pronunciation of his name, Gidon, take those men and, lap water like dogs and what have you. So when I say Mount Gilboa as a point of reference, Mount Gilboa is in the lower Galilee area in the land of Israel. So Mount Gilboa is also the mount where King or Melech Shaul, first king of Yisrael, united Yisrael, him and his son Yehonatan were murdered by the Philistines or Pelishtim. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Philistines I think it was the Philistines. So when I mention land mass, or let's say a mountain, in the context of a conversation, if I say Mount Gilboa is in this particular place in the land of Israel, Mount Gilboa was the tribal inheritance of this particular tribe, that's a point of reference where one can say, hey, this might be a receipt if I understand what receipts are. Mount Tabor, it is the Roman Catholic Church opinion of the Mount of Transfiguration. But the true Mount of Transfiguration is Mount Hermon, or Mount Hermon, Hermon. You have these bodies, these huge things in Israel, whether they be valleys, you have the live sea, the sea of salt, Yam Hamalak, Melach, not Melech, Melach is how you say salt in Hebrew. You have the areas in the wilderness of Yehuda where you have a mountain called Masada, where allegedly the last stand of our people against the Romans in 72 Common Era took place, where allegedly Israelites committed suicide rather than allow the Romans to come and murder them or take them into captivity. Let me see if I can see that. Why Yah commands us to flee out of the midst of Babylon. Okay. The thing that's got to be understood about this Jeremiah 50 and 51 is context. 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 That's talking first about the original Babylon, Babel. But if you read Isaiah chapter 47, Bat Babel, the daughter of Babylon. See, the Nebuchadnezzar Babylon is a Neo-Babylonian empire, New Babylonian empire. The first Babylonian empire is Nimrod in Bereshit of Genesis chapter 10. So when you read Jeremiah or NuriYahu chapter 50 and 51, let me give you an example of something. In chapter 50, verse 1, this is how you establish the context of what this is talking about, who is speaking to. The word that Yahweh spoke against Babel and against the land of the Kasdim or Chaldeans by NuriYahu. Declare you among the nations and publish, set up a standard, publish and conceal not. Babel has been taken. Bel is confounded. Merodach or Marduk is broken in pieces. Her idols are confounded. Her images are broken in pieces. Now, I would ask anyone that thinks that the rest of this prophecy is primarily talking about the United States. You cannot omit verse 1 and verse 2. There is no God formerly worshipped or false Elohim in the United States called Baal or Merodach or Marduk anymore. Notice how it says against the land of the Chaldeans. So that is the primary context of this. But you're going to see some very familiar things that relate to what we become familiar with in Revelation 17 and 18. So, as I understand chapter 50 and 51, when you read all of it, you will see clearly it's talking about ancient Babylon or the Neo-Babylonian kingdom under Nebuchadnezzar II, as I understand it. But again, there are various things like flee out of the midst and let Zion, Jerusalem come into your mind. Israel has not been forsaken. Flee out of the midst of Babylon. Deliver every man his soul. And I want to say this. If one is having it put on them to flee the United States, okay, that is a individual, unique thing, in my opinion. That is not a corporate thing that anybody can present to anybody, in my opinion, anymore, because I also used to echo that whole come out of her, my people, all Israelites should leave America. It became clear to me when I started reading and humbling myself to the application of what's being said, that all Israelites are not going to make it out of the United States. Sometimes the open door, open window for departure is missed. So, in my opinion, some may not make it out of the United States because they don't leave when they're supposed to. I believe then that the rest who remain in the United States, according to the Father's plan for them, are supposed to be there for whatever's going to happen, period. Sometimes going down with the ship may be your portion. Everybody is not going to be chosen by Yah to flee into this non-named, undisclosed wilderness location. There's no evidence that says the nation of Israel is protected for 3.5 years. Because then who does the dragon go and make war with? So is the slavery in the U.S. irrelevant to the scriptures? We were taken to Egypt by ships? Absolutely not. It's not irrelevant. It has applicability where it has applicability. Just like you cited something, I don't know who you are, so I can't address you by name. You just cited something from Devarim chapter 28. But all Israelites did not come into United States in the hulls of ships. You have Israelites who never experienced the triangular transatlantic slave trade, but they're still nonetheless Israelites. Leviticus 26, 1 through 46, Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 68 has its applicability during the time it's applicable to that particular group of Israelites at that particular time in the world. So I have met many Israelites from different places on the earth who know nothing about the slavery that we've experienced except what they've read. But they still find themselves the recipients of the curses of the rest of the scriptures that's written in, Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. So it's applicable to those it's applicable to at the time it's relevant. So absolutely not. The slavery is not irrelevant. There's so many, there's so many places in prophecy about being sent into captivity, period. But Israelites in the United States, we are not unique to prophecy. This is a worldwide, this is a 12 tribe of Israel thing. My friend, that was not applicable. That's not applicable to us. That was for Israelites in the days of the Roman invasion, the surrounding of Jerusalem. The text is clear. Can everyone still hear me? Moreh, are you still here? I'll turn to NuriYahu, Matthew 24. Okay. Got to remember, everything has got to be read in its entirety, all the content. So context and proper application can be established. NuriYahu, Matthew 24, verse 15. When you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever reads, let him understand. Then let them which be in Yehuda flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop come not down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to his clothing. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that breastfeed in those days. And pray that your flight be not in the winter, neither on Yom HaShabbat, the Sabbath day. For there shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days shall be shortened, there shall no flesh be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days shall be shortened. So now, this is the question I've posed to people over the years about the final 3.5 years, or the so-called tribulation, the 7-year period, beginning to the middle, 3.5 years, middle to the end, 3.5 years, time of Jacob's trouble, time dividing of times, 3.5 years, 1,260 days, 42 months. So now, here's my question. If there's a designated beforehand amount of time that a great time, a great persecution is going to happen, and it's been given a time of 3.5 years, how then can it be shortened? Why would it be shortened? The elect will therefore have to endure to be brought through. But for the sake of the elect, those that were chosen to survive what was coming upon the land in the time of 66 Common Era, the 3 years that the city was surrounded and the temple was destroyed. That is the time that prophecy is for. That was not for any time thereafter. All right. Moreh, are you still here, my brother? I don't see you. Okay, I think I see. Okay, there you are.
I'm still here. I'm just extrapolating all of the information being shared, and
Okay.
and thank you so much for mentioning the 3.5 year uh, tribulation. Thank you so much. That was one of the things we're going to bring out. But thank you so much. Plus, I'm trying to be ambidextrous. Got off the plane, came right here, and tried,
Right, right.
tried to get something to eat
Okay.
momentarily, simultaneously. So, uh, trying to be an ambidextrous.
I
But
hear you.
yeah, so thank you all so much for the questions. Moreh, this has been great. This has been powerful, and thank you again for granting us the latitude and the volition to hear out these matters and to consider everything that you have mentioned. And so, Toda Rabba to that.
Hallelujah.
Have any closing words? I know you've been in the walk for quite some time, nearly 30 years now, and you have saw the ebbs and flows of this walk. You have saw probably can do a SWOT analysis.
Whew.
Your strengths, your weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats. And you have seen the learning curves in our community, the joy
Hmm.
and the disappointments in this walk. Can you share a little bit um, about that, and then say some encouraging words to the people as we close
Mm.
tonight?
Absolutely, Moreh. It has been my experience, knowing for 31 plus years now that truer words, my brothers and sisters, were not spoken except when the Messiah said, "He that endures unto the end, the same shall be saved." I have met literally thousands of Hebrew, Israelite, Torah obedient believers in the Messiah. And I've seen controversies. I've seen all type of evil things happen, but I've also seen great unity, movement of the Father's Spirit upon his people to come together and unify. If I could say anything to you, I would say, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. I would say, unify in righteousness while you can. I would say, make sure that you are the true beneficiary of the worship hub, assembly, Beit Knesset, House of Assembly, congregation, environment while you can. It is such a blessed thing to be able to be sharpened, to be able to grow in this walk, sometimes with those that learned at the same time that you did. Um, I don't know anyone anymore who learned at the same time I did that still serves the Father anymore. I'm not saying that to exemplify myself as somebody super dedicated, but I will tell everyone this: the dedicated process to serving Yah will yield in time strength and a certain focus. I was a Muslim before I learned that we are the children of Israel. I could never go back to being a Muslim because I have burned all my Islamic bridges because Al Islam is idolatry. It is one of the purest forms of idolatry on the face of earth. Never let a Muslim lead you to believe that we serve who they serve. No, we don't serve Al Ilah, the moon god. No, we don't. We serve Yahweh, the true and living Elohim. We we are unique in that respect that a time is coming that you and everything you learned has to be put to a test, brothers and sisters. Your study must be rigorous. Your study must be dedicated. You must be willing to unlearn and grow. You must you must understand that the process of stripping you to strengthen you is something that Yah actively does to all of us. And I can tell you, many of us many of us do not survive the purging process. Many of us are just sitting up in the grave. Some of us are standing up, others trying to jump out of the grave. But we're like Eleazar or Lazarus. We still have the grave clothing on. We speak the language of Sheol, the language of death, many of us. Just to know that you are Hebrew and an Israelite is just the beginning. What does that look like in 2024 with the backdrop of a Yah-hating world? What did Yahushua the Messiah say? If the world hates you, know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. You must incur the wrath of the adversary. How do you do this? By being willing to grow, by being willing to humble yourself to obey, purge, refine, persevere. Oops. All right. Can you all hear me? Hello, can you hear me? I don't know what happened there. It just went out for no reason there, Moreh. But purge, refine, persevere. Brothers, this is to you. I am a 59-year-old man, a few months on the other side of 60. I have been blessed with 9 children. I have 4 grandchildren. In the context of being a leader, you must first, before you desire to be a leader of any of the Father's people, you must effort with evidence to be a good leader of your own family if you are married. I am not an advocate of all Israelite men being married. I'm not an advocate of all Israelite women being married. I'm an advocate of us joining ourselves unto Yah. And if Yah, if you're single, leads you to who he wants you to marry, first beg, pray for discernment to know the difference between his will and your will. Because a lot of times that voice that we think is the Father's is no more than our own will. Why should he answer when he knows you've already made your mind up, though you're cosmetically asking for his will to be done or for guidance? I've seen so many families destroyed in this walk. Marriages fall apart. Sometimes as a result of the marriage not being founded on truth. I am married to a woman now I was not married to when I learned who I am, who we are as the children of Israel. But I'm married to a woman that I was blessed to meet in Israel, and we were from 2 different Israelite schools of thought, and we've grown together in this walk. This is my point for bringing this up. If you are married, your marriage must glorify Yah. Your marriage must be founded, have a foundation that can withstand what's coming, brothers and sisters, because if not, you will have the enemies up close and personal in your own house. I am telling you that sometimes, brothers and sisters, the best thing to do is to be alone and to make sure that your relationship with the Father is what it's supposed to be. Brothers, humble yourself to other men that know better, that know more, that actually have fruit, the evidence of action, things that they have learned over time. Sometimes, brothers, because of our slave background, the mindset, the fear of what it might seem like to others when we look like we're weak, sometimes in weakness is strength. I'm not saying let nobody take advantage of you, brothers, but I'm saying that in terms of having true akdut, unity, and to be in oneness, yachid, with each other, sometimes it requires that we humble ourselves. I don't know everything. I know many things about a variety of different things. I've met fathers that I've believed over the years were better than I was, and I was able to glean and become a better father. Husbands that I recognized were better than me, and I became a better husband. But brothers, let me tell you this. If you got the right wife, and this is a daughter of Yah, you can learn from that woman. If she is from Yah, she is to be complementary to you serving him. But anything that does not complement your service of the Father may not be of him. I've said in counsel, pre-marriage, during marriage, and exiting marriage. With so many people, I've lost count. I've seen so much in this walk, brothers and sisters. Let me tell you this, it would break your heart. I've had people that I've baptized or immersed rise up against me and fabricate lies. We used to actually have a community, a literal community in Stone Mountain, Georgia. And the very people that we opened our house to live communally turned against us. And the community broke apart. I love communal living. I love righteous community. But unity at the cost of righteous relationship with Yah is sin. Pray for wisdom and discernment, brothers and sisters. Achim and achayot. Zeknim. Elder men and elder women. Moreh Melik Moshe said something very important earlier that I believe if you were listening and you humble yourself, okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to plug my phone back up because it keeps turning off on me here. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, maybe that's going to help. There's a responsibility that elder men and women have to the younger men and women. But many of us as elder men and women are just 1 foot out of the Christian experience or Islamic experience. Before you are desirous to be an elder in a leadership capacity, be an elder in an exemplary capacity as a living example of what a dedicated life to Yah looks like. That's what I can tell you. And I'm telling you by experience, you will regret, you will rue the day that you rush to be in a leadership position that Yah has not prepared you to function in. Let me say that again. You will rue the day. You will wish you were not born if you rush to be in a position. You might want the glory, but you don't know the story. Many of us who are in leadership positions didn't want those positions. I didn't want it. I was chosen by the 2 leaders of our congregation to be the 3rd leader at 28 going on 29 years old, but they mentored me. And when it came time for me to grow and leave, I left and grew. But I always interacted with older men and older women and younger men and younger women. So in closing, the words of encouragement that I can offer is work out your own salvation. Be a help. If you cannot help, never do harm. Think and esteem members of the body of Mashiach. Think of them and esteem them higher than yourself. Remember, the Son of Man said, I came to serve and not be served, and give my life as a sacrifice. This walk as an Israelite, forget the leadership thing, as a Torah-obedient Israelite in this time of a world that's in further degeneration and embracing satanic lifestyle, an anti-Yah culture. The thing that must exemplify us is to be a burning and shining light in the midst of darkness. Because this is the condemnation. For light has come into the world, and people love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. Everybody that does evil hates the light. Neither will they come to the light. So brothers and sisters, you're supposed to be the light of the world. You're supposed to be that city set on the hill. You're supposed to be that lamp on top of the menorah, the lamp on top of the lampstand that gives light to everybody in the house. You have to be the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost the ability to bring flavor or life to that around, it is good for nothing, brothers and sisters. If Yah is leading you to come to Ghana, and I want to close with this, let me warn you. Can everybody hear me? I want to make sure you understand that what I'm saying is not ambiguous at all. It's quite unambiguous. It is not to be taken lightly. Some of you will be visiting in July, and Yah willing, if he says the same, I'll be in your midst as a part of that tour. But I got to tell you, if Ghana is your portion, get ready to be tested, tried, and refined. Get ready for service dedicated to serving people here, brothers and sisters. If you're coming here to hide, I will not be the person you want to be around. That's not the reason the Father has me and my Esau here. We're here in a serving capacity. If you're coming to Ghana, please pray and fast before getting here and beg the Father to open your eyes to the realities of where he's sending you and to help you be ready for the reality upon hitting the ground. Because once you get here, for some people, it is going to shake you to your core. Though you might be considered African American, the majority of us knew nothing about Africa. I have gotten, you talk about the miseducation. What in the world is going on with this phone? All right. I have gotten such an education in almost the past 5 years from Ghanaian brothers and sisters. Humility is required to live in this country. Humility and a dedication to truth, a dedication to loving one another, even in spite of one another, because this will be a brand new experience. Some of you may have visited here before. Living here is a totally different thing. Ghana is not for everyone. Let me tap the mic. You hear what I said? Ghana is not for everyone. Kenya is not for everyone. Tanzania, Azania, South Africa. Beg Yah to show you where he wants you to be. Don't come to Ghana because you want to be with Moreh, NuriYahu, with Ima Anaya, or anybody else. Ghana is not for everyone. You can look on YouTube and you can see many of the diaspora from America leaving, going back to the States. It wasn't for them. Oh, are you ready for your power to go out? Are you ready to change the way you eat? Oh yeah, brothers and sisters. You want to have a farm? You want to put your hands in the soil? Are you ready to work in temperatures you're not familiar with, not accustomed to? Oh yeah. See, you all who are coming, I want to really sit down and have a long conversation with you all so you can look me in my face. I live here. When we get off this call, I am going to sleep here. If Yah says the same, I will wake up here. I will leave out this house and be here. I'm not telling you anything from emotion. I'm telling you, if this is not for you, it's not for you. Ask Yah where you need to be. There are many communities here. There are hundreds of Israelites here. But there's such a dearth of righteous unity. One of the things, Moreh, that has really saddened me in my 31 years of my walk is how division takes root so quickly and breaks up what may have appeared for some time to be a cohesive, righteous, enjoying one another family. But trials and tribulations must come, brothers and sisters. There has to be a refinement. There has to be a separation. Who you learned this truth with may not be who you continue with. Whatever congregation you may have joined to learn, it might just be a transition, a revolving door environment. See, that's what I believe in. A Beit Knesset congregation assembly has to exist to serve the needs of the people. When it doesn't serve the needs of the people, it should cease to exist. And I tell you this because I've seen some have longevity and they are definitely not serving the needs of the people. So if you are an Israelite because your husband is an Israelite, sister, and you're just trying to hold on to a good thing, time is not only the great equalizer, time is a revealer of all truth, brother, all truth. If serving Yah is not in your heart, it's a matter of time before you get tired of pretending. So, persevere, brothers and sisters. Get in those scriptures. Study. Weshi 9 time. Diligence. Diligence. Negative reinforcement. Go over it over and over. I refer to myself as Torah obedient because that's what I am. I obey everything in Torah except the ceremonial, ritual, sacrificial kukot or statutes. I believe I'm a Levite, but I don't function in any type of Haykal temple or Beit HaMikdash, Ohel Moed, tabernacle of witness or meeting capacity. That's a tribal distinction I believe I bear. But my responsibility, I believe, as a Levite is to teach the people, and that's what I've been doing. So on that note, my brothers and sisters, let me encourage you to continue to pursue righteousness through obedience. And it shall be our righteousness if we obey all the words of his Torah. All that Yahweh has commanded, we will obey, we will do. Behold, the blood of the covenant that Yahweh has made with you this day. My. Little did they understand what they bound us to this very day. But I say Torah, because the fact that you all are still, not still, well, the fact that you all are the newly, what in the world? The fact that the majority of you all are the newly awakened lets me know that Yah continues to work. Yah continues to love his people, Yisrael, even in spite of us. Overcome, brothers and sisters. Persevere. Stop remaining on the surface of chapter and verse. Pray for understanding of depth towards proper application. Proper application will lead to longevity, and it will help you navigate this terrain you have been deployed in this season into. If I can be of righteous service, please let me know. Toda Rabah, and I appreciate the opportunity to share this with you again. Hallelujah.
Wow, 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 wow. What shall we say to these things? Moreh, thank you so much for your invaluable wisdom that you have shared among the Mishpah. This was not just words to be venerated, but they were words to be, it was a paradigm shift to be replicated. And thank you so much for all that you shared. I mean, I'm really exhausted and tired, but your words that have been spoken has really given us life and has given us energy. Just looking at some of the imams and looking at some of the elders and some of the people I personally know who's a part of the Great Awakening community, how enriched they were and how blessed they were by your words of wisdom. And so I think you were clicking on all cylinders. You left no stone unturned, whether it's advice about marriage, about living in communal capacity, whether it's relationships or children. You said some very powerful things. And you're right. Many of us in Yasharal, we are leading while bleeding. We're hemorrhaging all over the place. We are what we call ultra-crepidarians. Ultra-crepidarians are individuals who talk the talk, but they don't know how, they have never experienced the walk. And you have certainly come with both. You have come with what we call praxis, Praxis, praxis. Not only have you come with the theory, but you also have actually walked it out. And when you combine those three, the culture, you spoke to us in terms of the culture, which is extremely prophetic in my estimation. You talked to us about the culture. And then your human experience. You live this. And you also was able to give us a sacred text. the instructions of the Most High. That's balance. And thank you for being an exemplar of what an elder should be in Yasharel. And Yasharel has a lot of great elders, and I think you most definitely personify what an elder should be in our community. And so all praises be to the Most High. You're right. In the 21st century, uh, the illiterate would not be those who cannot read or write, but those who have an inability to unlearn all the lies being told to them. This talk, this dialogue, this prophetic conversation encouraged me tonight, along with hundreds who have come in and out of our platforms throughout tonight. You have truly been a blessing to them. There was no way, Moreh, we can truncate this message. And
No way. No way.
I expect for 3 weeks from now, when we converge again, that it will be much of the same. And I think
Mm,
we have maintained the same amount of people. And so
mm.
people are hungry, they're thirsting, and I think they want this type of balanced information along the way. This is information that is transformative. And
Yes.
so praises be to the Most High. Moreh, please, and there are some who would like to email you or reach out to you. Could you provide your email for the Mishpah, and we'll put it up, or some way they can contact you?
Absolutely. If the easiest way to contact me would be through Facebook, you can find me under Moreh NuriYahu bin Lewy on Facebook, because I see at the top of my phone a few people have already sent friend requests. Um, I actually can be contacted on WhatsApp as well. Email is fine, but because I've got several email addresses, so whatever people would prefer, I can give an email address. Segula, AHMS, this is entirely one word, AHMSEGULAH at yahoo.com. Yes, I still have a Yahoo account from the days of old. Segula at yahoo.com. Segula, and I will respond to all emails. My direct phone number, Ghana phone number, is 055 945 4784. I'm on WhatsApp. I'm on WhatsApp.
So let me put this in here. One
Okay.
second. On the screen, is that the correct email address?
Absolutely. That's it. Okay. Segula at yahoo.com. My Facebook account, or again, my direct number, WhatsApp. Let me please say this as a disclaimer, brothers and sisters. I don't presume to know everything, but I will share what I do know. I'm not into divisiveness or division. If there is a particular subject that one wants to speak about, and I consider it a divisive thing, he say, she say, I will go directly to Torah. There are provisions in Torah that allow us to discuss things righteously as members of the body of Mashiach. Shoot. Okay, sorry. As members of the body of Mashiach in his absence, we have a responsibility to not just adjudicate righteously, but to think righteously before we get to the process of adjudication. So I'm saying that to say, often people come to me with issues and they don't understand from a Torah-based vantage point. You have to have all parties involved. And I am one that demands to hear all sides of a thing. So the concept of benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt is you don't conclude guilt or innocence before hearing everything. The question was posed, does our Torah conclude the guilt or innocence of a person before it hears from them first? The answer is no, it does not.
It's powerful. Moreh NuriYahu and I have been speaking about elders in Yasharel, and he has been consistent in what you have just shared. He's been consistent in drawing you back to Torah. The Torah is a linchpin, it's a centrality for adjudication, for all matters, civil issues, etc., in our community.
That's right. That's
And
right.
is restoring elders. And when Great Awakening when first started, so I go to the first line of business was to establish elders, and we have had
Hmm.
wonderful elders throughout the years. So praise God for the elders who have served in Great Awakening throughout the years. All praises be to the Most High. But certainly NuriYahu has, he is an exemplar of what elders should look like and how they should function in the house of Yasharel. All praises be to the Most High. So everyone, again, thank you all so much. I just want to say, mention a couple things tonight as it relates to announcements. Shavuot events is happening all over the country in our Houston and our Dallas. Worship Hub and Assembly is getting together. And our LA Worship Hub is getting together. Our Madison, Wisconsin and Milwaukee, Wisconsin communities are getting together during these dates, as well as our Dallas and Houston. I think I mentioned that. The International in Detroit is getting together. And our Jackson, Mississippi and New Orleans Mishpah are coming together during Shavuot. So please look out for more information concerning that. The masses will be here in Detroit area during that time. So there is a kaleidoscope of activities, but most of all, want to be in compliance with the scriptures as it relates to meeting during the Feast of Weeks during this time of observance. Also in Detroit, June 2nd, we will have our post Shavuot cruise, and that's with Moreh LaRue Hill, as well as Moreh Aesop and Leah. So all white. We'll be dressed in all white on international waters, on the blue-green waters of Detroit River, right in between the United States and Canada. All praise be to the Most High. We're going to spend some time 3 weeks from now. We're going to have Moreh, NuriYahu back. But then sometime in the future, sometime more, Tawana and I are going to continue to talk about epigenetic trauma. Saga is the term, saga, madness, that we've been driven to madness, and deal with some of the, as Jeremiah says, that the Most High would visit the same iniquity and to the third and fourth generation. Because the fathers have eaten sour grapes, the children's teeth set on edge. That we have this intergenerational trauma that's been passed down from generation to generation. And we know in the Brit Hadashah, it talks about Abel's blood, but how Hamashiach's blood is much greater. So that it speaks much greater, that the blood speaks. The blood is still speaking of our ancestors. It's still speaking. So more to one are going to do a teaching on that subject matter, and may have Moreh NuriYahu on to talk about this subject matter with us as well. All praises be to the Most High. And many of you know that we are going to Africa. We'll be with Moreh NuriYahu in July, as he mentioned earlier. And we have already worked out our trip for next year. We'll be sharing that momentarily, and how you can go back to Africa with us in 2025. So all praises be to the Most High. We want to thank each of you all for joining Awake the Nations with Malek Moshe, with our special guest, Moreh NuriYahu. All praises be to the Most High. So we say to each of you all, Leila Tov, some of you are where you are, or Boker Tov. So this morning is in the morning time in Ghana. So all praises be to the Most High. Moreh, could you close us out in prayer and pray for the people? And
Absolutely.
hallelujah.
Hallelujah. All right, my brothers and my sisters, let us humble our spirits. Bevakasha, please. Let's bow our heads. Let's raise our hands to the heavens. Shema Yahweh Tefilatenu Le'am Shelcha. Hear the prayers, Bevakasha. Hear the prayers of your people, Yisrael. a people near, Abba, and dear unto you, for your great name's sake. We bless your name and we thank you, Abba, for remembering us in our lowly estate. We thank you so much, Abba, Todaruba Abinu, our Father, for bringing us together this evening, this night, to reason out of your words. I pray, Abba, that you opened up the eyes and the understandings of any of us that have been confused about some things, that we might draw nearer unto you, that we might separate ourselves from confusion or self-will. I beg you to forgive us, Abba, for any self-righteousness or pride that keeps us, Abba, from hearing you and walking before you in righteousness and truth. You promised in the days of old to pour your ruach upon all flesh, upon your sons and upon your daughters. We are truly sick, Abba, and we need healing, healing of mind and spirit and body. Forgive the sins, the great iniquities, Abba, the transgressions of our forefathers and mothers, the breakers of that covenant that you said, Abba, you had made with us into 1,000 generations. Lead us in the way that we should go for your great name's sake. Help us, Abba, to understand this time and what we must do in it. Give us guidance, order our steps in your words. Help us, Abba, to become more dedicated to obeying you. Strengthen our faith and our love for you, our love for one another. Help us, Abba, to understand what emet, truth, really means. The necessity to change, a desire to be stripped of all falsehood and anything about it will separate us from you and one another in righteousness. We pray for the spirit of wisdom and discernment.
All praise be to the Most High. And we say, I mean, it is so, so let it be. And hallelujah, in the name of the Mashiach, Yahushua, Yahushua HaMashiach. All praises be to the Most High. You broke up a little bit, Moreh, but we were able to conclude your prayer.
Hallelujah.
So with that being said, everyone, shalom, shalom. Please reach
Shalom,
out.
shalom.
Moreh,
Laila told to you all.
to
Hallelujah.
Most High. Hallelujah.
And may the Father, how's it said, Moreh? And may the Father, may Yah watch between us while we are apart.
While we are apart. All praises be to the Most High. Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Everyone.
All right. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. Yahusha, Yahusha. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. Yeah. And we'll feel the earthquake. Every voice of life will say, there is none like you, oh yeah. There is none Yahusha is alive, see the fire in his eyes. His hair like wool, pure white like the light. His feet like brass, burned dark in the furnace. His voice like the sounds of rushing waters in the firmament. He is alive, he reigns on high. Some will deny, but the truth draws nigh. The truth draws nigh. The truth draws nigh. He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with a sword. He's coming with an army. Yahusha, Yahusha. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. Yeah. And we'll feel the earthquake. Every voice, all life will say, there is none like you, oh yeah. There is none like you, yeah. Our redemption draws near. And our Redeemer draws near. Our redemption draws near. And our Redeemer draws. He's coming with the sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with the sword. He's coming with an army. He's coming with the sword. He's coming with an army. Yahusha, Yahusha. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. He's coming in glory. He's coming with power. He'll be sent by the Father for us in that hour. Yeah. And we'll feel the earthquake. Every voice, all life will say, there is none like you, oh yeah. There is none like you, yeah. Yahusha, we'll wait on your return. Yahusha, we'll wait on your return. Yahusha, we'll wait on your return. We'll wait, we'll wait.